good at something, never do it.
All right, everybody, are we ready? About time to start casting this thing. We've got semifinals action right around the corner. Hello, welcome to this Illuvium Leviathan Arena tournament. The first one we're seeing with a prize pool. First Leviathan tournament I think we've been seeing, if not in a long time, first ever. So first ever for me at least. And I am looking forward to this one big time. Of course, my name is Silence here, and if you're brand new here, I've been around Illuvium quietly since the land sale, and I have been slowly but surely watching this game develop over time while doing my other collegiate esports duties. And I gotta say, this is something I'm still extremely excited about as we move on into our semifinal in just a moment's time. Just grabbing the lobby code for it now. I'm gonna hop on in to, I believe it is Group N, which that'll make sense in just a moment's time. There we go. Okay. We're not gonna waste too much time to get on into this one. Let me kill the music. There we go. Kill the AC in the background so we're not humming this entire time. And we hear it in the background. They're just getting done their NPC rounds and are actually in action with, I believe it's PvP round number 2. So they got a little bit of a jump on me. Apologize about that. Let's hop on into it without any further ado. Quickly going to let the Discord know that we are live. Okay, so here we go. Quick, we are back into this one. So, okay, here we go. The semifinals for this tournament. Of course, like I was saying before, this is the first time we are seeing a Leviathan game mode being played in a tournament. If you've been following my cast for the last couple of days or the last week or so, I've been kind of touching on some other community tournaments. A majority of those have just, or all of them rather, have just been in standard Illuvium Arena. Gauntlet, which of course free to play, and same thing with Leviathan, it is free to play, but because this is Leviathan, there is something a little bit special. The actual Illuvials themselves that you own, whether it be purchasing through the marketplace or finding them in the Illuvium overworld, do actually come into play. So what does that exactly mean? Every Illuvial has their own stats, and as I pull up this Relentless Links here for the side of Badul, you can see in the right under the energy bar, it actually has a level. So the time that these trainers or these rangers have taken to level up their Illuvials is going to give them an advantage over somebody who doesn't necessarily own them. Because we'll see if I happen to left click one, and this one's like, yeah, this is a level 60. They took their time or found an Illuvial that's level, or found on the marketplace rather, an Illuvial that is level 60. And the little stats along the way definitely make a big difference in these battles. Have not quite had the opportunity to introduce our players here in this first of 2 semifinals. We do have from Team Monarch, it's Badul, Fox Spirit from Team Atlas, Kirito, Hype, SNEG, Atlas, Soda Hype, Fury's Hype. We got a lot of hype team kills here. Oh dear goodness. Ma and Web3 Gaming TV. And of course, with this semifinal, with this tournament in general, so what we are doing now, the last couple of matches have just been best of 1, make it into the top 4, and you move on to the next round. Not going to be the case in this one. It's basically going to tally your points based off of where you finish in 2 games. And the people with the most points after the 2 games will move on, rather the top 8 will move on to the grand finals here. We're still very early on into this one. Looks like Fox Atlas. That's a mixture. Fox Spirit just absolutely crushing on through here. And he's going to be one of those players I'm going to be watching for a little while because in terms of Illuvium Arena, he's been at the top of the leaderboard for the longest time, whether it be first or close to that. I imagine that he has access to plenty of killer Illuvials. And that's what you'll see if I keep popping up this box here. I'm checking levels to try and get the best possible context for this battle. Because it's sneaky. Like, you think of this little Chuko, for example. It's only a little stage 1. It can't do that much damage, can it? Meanwhile, it's level 60 and hits like a truck. So that is definitely going to be something to get used to here in this Leviathan game mode. Hopping on into the carousel here. Got a couple of tier 3s that could be ready for pickup, whether it be tanks or fighters. He's definitely gonna have to choose. What 3 gaming going to be picking up the gorilla. Honestly, that's just a popular pick in general from what I've seen. That's gorilla just being able to find the squishy targets and jump on them pretty well without issue. So even though it's a tier 1, it's a very, very good tier 1. And not leaving a whole heck of a lot here for Badul and Fox Spirit. They really both wanted that cling, but not going to be able to pick that one up this time here. Going into the next round, let's ride along here with Sota Hype as they play their fellow teammate Fury Hype, or Fury's Hype. And we've got rogues, we've got bulwarks, but on the side of Sota, we do have the Predator buff as well. So a little bit of execution damage alongside things, able to clean up some of these Illuvials a little bit quicker. That Greater Gorilla, level 60, so maxed out completely. That's going to be an absolute menace to deal with. Meanwhile, on the other side here for Furies, does have a couple in the 30s, 40 or so. Put a couple items, or an item here onto the Slap and the Penguin. But in terms of levels, this should go in Sota's favor pretty considerably, but that is not the end-all be-all as we see the battle take on place here. But we're seeing that Gorilla be an absolute menace in the back line for both teams, actually. Both of them going for it. And right now, pretty even. The smoke screen coming out there from the Chuko is going to make things a little bit interesting. It's kind of a spread-out battle here. The Gorilla is extremely low. If that goes down, I'm not sure if they have the damage to take care of this. And the Slap in there on the side of the red side here, Fury's Hype going to clean things up. So if there is an example of levels aren't everything, that is your Exhibit A right there. If we can hop on in here with Badul. I haven't gotten the chance to really see them. Going up against Kurita Hype. What do we got for team compositions? We do have the one tank alongside a mixture of things here on the side of Badul. Meanwhile, Kirito is going for rogues and fighters. Who needs a front line if you can just take care of it and take it out quickly? It is pretty crazy, though, that on the green side, we do see the foe and the squeeze already here. So early in the game, we haven't even made it to round 10, and those are two tier 5 very, very effective Illuvials. And you can kind of see through, if I hop on over to the damage tab, that is going to make a huge difference there. The squeeze and the foe both putting in a ton of damage, alongside the Relentless Lynx as well. So unfortunate there for Kirito. Badul going to put the hurt on a little bit more. Now, of course, every game is not the same, as we do have regions also as a part of the game here, as this time we're at the Halcyon, see, and this time you get to build your bank a little bit quicker compared to the standard game, getting an additional 3 credits per round. A relatively tame one, but we've seen some crazy regions that can put a massive either damper or perk, depending on how the RNG kind of goes in your favor. And we'll we'll have to maybe see some later on today. Still got plenty of games to go, of course. This is only the first of 2 semifinals. There is another semifinal happening as we speak. 2 groups, of course, happening here. The Badul versus Fox Spirit are 2 leaders in this one. We see Fox Spirit with a little bit more of a sustain-based composition, but can you sustain through the squeeze, through the lightning? Can they end up doing so? Right now, they're hanging on by a thread. They have the numbers, and that Archo is coming in clutch to keep the tanks alive for at least a little bit longer, but the lightning does reset if it gets a final hit. A lot of low health bars again, but the squeeze does not have its ability up yet. Gonna take care of one, reset, take out the other, but the Archos is too tanky. It may not have that much damage, but it has enough health and ability to sustain itself that it should be able to get this one due. Slap fight, wet noodle fight, so to speak, here in the middle of the battle. Lightning's gonna strike, overtime gonna come on through, and slowly but surely, Fox Spirit is gonna be able to take care of that. Could not, or the little squeeze that could not quite finish the job that time, but at least very minimal damage here for Badul. Let's see if we can ride along here with Kirito. Kirito, what are you up to? You're going up against Furies? Actually, I haven't seen Ma yet here in this one, or Web3, and they happen to be playing each other. So let's take a look at this one. See these compositions in action here. 3 Fire, 2 Earth on the side of Web3. Empaths, Bulwarks, and Fighters. Nice mixture of tank, support, and damage. And pretty well the exact same thing on the opposite side here for Ma. Have to see how this one ends up going down, but granted, Ma does have the little extra sustain from the nature affinity, so we'll have to see if that ends up coming to play here. Looking for that Fern in the back line. That thing might be an empath, but it has enough damage to kind of make up for it. Meanwhile, on the other side, we do see the little sneak that could. Just firing away. It's got the amplification there as well from the app-on. Every time you see that purple layer come on down, stuns everything around it, but also buffs damage. And I think they should be able to burn on through here. Takes care of the app on the side of Ma. One more buff, I don't think actually gets on through, but never mind. The fighter, the ranger in the background has been making up for the damage that the green side or for that Ma hasn't had, but one-on-one actually, and by a thread, it is going to be the little snake that could. My goodness, right down to the very edge, the Pyrie. That was 61 health left. I thought the Ranger had it. I genuinely thought the Ranger had that one. Oh my goodness, what a battle there. And honestly, look, I'm gonna sound like I'm shilling the heck out of this, but that could be the difference between the Pyrie having a little bit of extra bonus in terms of health and defense compared to the average one. And that's gonna actually bug me. Where did that go? That was Web3 that had that Pyrie, right? Let's take a look, because it leveled up, and it was barely even leveled up as well, so wow, that was very, very, very close. A clutch moment there, though, for the little Pyrie that could. Web3 gaming hype definitely hyped up about that one. Gonna be going up against Atlas, but who haven't I seen in a little bit? Let's see what Kirito's up to. Kirito and Sota. Okay, I feel like I watched these two play each other already, but let's take a look and see where we're at now in terms of these team compositions a couple of rounds later. Lots of rogues on the side of Sota, but at the same time, same thing here with the green side, with Kirito. They both have the dust affinities, both have air, so they're going to be dodging, got lots of damage as well. Granted, the side of Sota will have some extra crit based off of the amount of rogues that he has. A little bit of extra tankiness there with the Revenants coming on through. We'll have to see how this one ends up going. The Clang in the middle is going up against the Rampy. Is going to get torched down a little bit, sent down half. Quarter HP, still hanging on by a thread. It looks like the number is currently going on the side of the red side, but the health bars are not. A very, very close battle once again. Slapping down, or not something slapping, the Chukoral just coming in clutch once again here. Sota gonna take some damage. little smoke screen that makes you untargetable, sometimes just buys you enough time to get the job done, and it had the item as well that allowed it to have a little bit of extra range compared to its normal auto attack range. So just enough to get the job done there. We have Badul versus Soda. Let's take a look now. SNEG up against Fury. Let's take a look at this mid-pack battle here. There's 7 rogues, 7 fighters. In theory, the fighters would love to be able to eat this one alive. The rogues, of course, not wanting to go into a long-term fight up against the fighters, because in theory, they should win this one. But if they can find some killer targets extremely quickly, that could be huge, and they are going to immediately take care of the bull down on the left-hand side. And a lot of the fighters have actually fallen extremely quickly, but there are still some pretty killer members. That Lynx up in the top is going to end up falling, and they did end up taking care of it long enough. The fighters needed just a little bit more of an extra tanky front line, and they're not going to be able to find that. And if there's one thing that I've noticed so far here with the Leviathan game mode, it's how extremely brutal tanks are, because they deal a surprising amount of damage now. Like even this thing right here, the Verminio, this thing isn't necessarily meant to be your damage dealer. It is a rogue, but, and a Revenant in this case here, but it's meant to be sort of like the tank of the rogues alongside the Lura. But there's been many times I've seen so far that it's been either that leading the charge in terms of DPS on its team. I've seen Gnarls and Scarabhawks or Goliaths leading in damage just because they're they have the right affinities, they have the right items to get the job done. The reflective damage becoming a very, very big problem, especially the later the game goes on. And just like pure DPS seems to be having a little bit of a harder time, but again, still extremely early in this one. Gonna ride along with this one here. We have Ma versus Atlas, or rather SNEG. Call them a team name, not the username. Let's take a look and see. So we do have the stage 3, the Exalted Monk here coming on through, level 40. So not too bad. Relentless Zephyrlynx. We've seen in the tournament yesterday how crazy these Zephyrlynxes can be. But Ma opting for the sustain-based style here with the nature, eventually looking to maybe turn their way over towards a wildfire kind of style. But the fighters, toxic, water, what have you, coming out here from SNEG is going to just run amok through this. This isn't even close here. That monk here doing so much damage. The entire team is doing so much damage. Even the ranger getting involved with those blades. And will absolutely chop their way through that. Ma having a very, very hard time here in the semifinal. But I've definitely seen crazier. Many, many times I've seen players down to like 15, then go on a win spree. So not going to count Ma out. Not at all, not yet. What is Badul up to? I haven't seen them in a little bit going up against Web 3. Let's hop along with this one, see how they're doing. Web 3 opting for like Nature Fire plus a little bit of Magma. Does have the Pyrox as well as the Singe, so they do have that affinity right by there, or right like that. They have the Staff, which I don't see a lot of people actually pick up this Staff, so perfect to get to that Magma affinity relatively early, especially when the Lulura here is going to just dive on through. So it's going to be playing on the Web 3's home turf, so to speak. There's the big ability coming on through the entirety of that green side. But here comes the Lightning, able to bypass the front line of Web 3, but it is not going to matter. Might have lost a couple of alluvials, but nothing too crazy. Gonna try one more time, could not get the reset. The squeeze, the Ranger, all going to fall. This is gonna be Web 3 Gaming taking care of that one. Leading the charge here is the Periox. loaded up with items, attack speed, true sight, attack speed, and damage to shields. This Pyreox basically has... Pyreox? It has basically all of the items it could possibly want. Fox Spirit, of course, is leading the charge here, opting for Nature Verdant, kind of a combination. Wildfire probably in the pickings in just a moment's time as well. See a lot of really, really big health bars here, and this team is absolutely stacked. Everything I've clicked on so far has been at least level 50, if not higher. Really took the time to either have a teammate level that thing up or took the time themselves to go on in and level those alluvials up to be the best they can possibly be. As he now actually has to go up against their own teammate here, this time SNEG versus Funk Spirit. SNEG has now moved on over to 8 fighters, really all-inning onto the fighters right now, including the Riplance, which we seen earlier into the day, probably had the clip. I wish I was casting it, but the first tournament I ever seen, the Riplance had absolute potato pathing and got stuck on its teammates and couldn't do anything. Well, this time, I can't remember which player it was I was spectating, but the Riplance was dancing in and out of Ramfight's ability perfectly, and coming in clutch many times, and with it being loaded up here once again here for SNEG, we'll see if it kind of clutches on through this front line. It might have been tanky, it might have been leveled up, but it does not matter. Everybody's tearing on through here. There's enough firepower here with these fighters, but there seem to be some dwindling numbers. Just got to get through the twine. The Verdant might proc, but it's not going to be enough. Right on the back line, the Zephyrlynx is there as well. The Riplance is going to end up falling, swinging away as quickly as they can, but it does not matter. That Fernite is going to come in clutch here for side Fox Spirit. Because once again, that Fernite basically, especially since it's almost max level as well, loaded up on items, this thing might as well be a DPS even though it's an empath. Ma is now on death's door going up against Fury Hype. Take a look at our compositions once again. So Fury Hype loaded up with lots of rogues, got the 2 empaths to at least get the shield for some temporary sustain. Got the Revenant as well. Meanwhile, nice little mixture for the side of Ma, but they needed to come on in clutch. They do have the loaded up Periox down in the bottom, and all that team just dove in right into the middle of the stun, but here comes the Rampy and it burns it down! Just shreds that team. That's the one rogue that does not mind going into a bunker composition and immediately shreds it. And that is going to be our first elimination here in the semifinal. Thankfully here for Mob, this is a best of 2. Their day is not done, not just yet, but they need some sort of miracle work to happen in that second game. Nobody on death's door just yet, but one thing that's kind of unexpected here from me personally, Badul was just at the top of the board not too long ago, and they have fallen all the way down towards the bottom here. Gonna be taking a look at that in just a moment's time, but they're going up against the Ghost. In this instance here, I do want to see what happens when both of our Titans collide. We do have Fox Spirit up against Fury Hype. Once again, we got rogues, we got a mixture of Bulwarks, Empaths, the Aegis, the bunker composition, and we have a Ramfight ready to rock. It's right next to the Periox. If they can get the ultimate off, it is going to be clutch, right on top of everybody, but it just straight up got sustained through. Nobody really took more than half damage until the rest of the squad came on through. There might still be enough to do it. It wasn't a Ramfight one-shot, but it was enough to get the job done, and especially with that slash-in completely loaded up on items as well, just being able to sustain all of that damage, or put out sustained damage rather. Beautifully done there, and that's going to now let Fury Hype lead this lobby. And now Badul, death's door awaits you here. Needs the clutch on up, has the rogues to do it, has a ramp fight loaded up with items as well, including the invasive veiling, which allows it to become untargetable if it gets focused down. And the way that this composition, or the way that this team is set up right now here for Badul, leaves plenty of little crevices for that ramp fight to kind of squeak into and get that perfect ability off. And you can see Badul's trying their damnedest to just reposition everything. And it's not too bad, actually. A lot more of their alluvials up on the top-hand side. So this ramp fight originally is just going to get a few, but not too many. Gonna pop it up and then drop down onto 2, does take them out. But it might not necessarily matter here. Can the Forest stay alive in the background? They're trying its damnedest into the center, but there's too many alluvials here on the green side. One more attempt here for the Lura to get the job done, but there is just too many bodies. That's going to be Badul having an absolute plummet in the middle of that game, and going to be their second one eliminated from this game. Got a couple tier 5 alluvials this time in the carousel. Not sure if anybody's really been going for water-based kind of composition. Has not been a popular one, to say the least, because I see the Alfie there, that I'm not sure if anybody's going to bite, because one of the things you do have to keep in mind here with this Leviathan style game mode, sure, you might find a tier 5 or you might find something good in the carousel or in your shop, and you might want to like really overextend to pick that up. But if you don't actually own the alluvial and don't have it leveled up, is it worth it in the long run to commit to that? So it's definitely something scary that the Leviathan game mode does add compared to our traditional Illuvium Gauntlet. SNG Atlas is going to be the next one on death's door here. Web3 Gaming Hype is probably not safe either here. Round 22, I feel like a bad loss could absolutely knock them out here. Opting for the fighters and berserkers, so not, or they do have the Cardiologs for the tank, but pretty much it's the only tank on the squad. It's a scary way to play, but if that Cardiologs can clutch up for you and hold the line, definitely a high damage way to play. We'll have to see how this goes up against SVG's next opponent. And it's going to be going up against Fox Spirit. If I'm in SVG's shoes, I am definitely a sad panda. One, of course, it being a team battle, but two, while Fox Spirit hasn't necessarily been invulnerable, he's been very, very strong so far in this tournament, with this, especially with this sustained style. And look at this gnarl here. This thing is absolutely devastating. Fully leveled, holographic as well, loaded up with tank items and reflective damage on top of that. That is going to be nasty. But meanwhile, on the side of SVG, you do have the Jotun. That big old polar bear has a ton of damage alongside the Riplance. If they can stay alive and just keep dishing out damage, it could be enough to get this one done and keep themselves alive. They get past the one tank, looking to take through the Crunk as well for the next round. Takes care of that. They are on the backline. Riplance just chopping on through, trying to get the Archos. They do manage to get it, but it is going to be costing them their life. It's up to 2 on 4, and look at this super chicken in the background. This thing is just spamming attacks, and it is going to be all for nuts here for SNEG. As Kirito Hype also falls, Web Gaming 3 Hype also falls. That was an absolute brutal round here. Our next matchup features 2 from the top of the board. Fury Hype versus Fox Spirit. The Blotto in play now this time as well. The Nature Verdant Wildfire with Magma as well. And granted, this is such a crazy composition coming out here for Fox Spirit versus the Rogues. Can the Ram fight find? Oh my gosh, that is like a perfect position to get a solid ability off. Jump to the skies. How much damage can you deal? It felt like next to nothing, to be honest. It gets eliminated, and it looks like Fox Spirit's just going to be able to sustain their way through. Just has to deal with this slash and off to the side. Granted, the untargetable is going to make things a little bit difficult, but the Blotto says, no thank you, I'm going to give you a claw to the skull, and takes care of that one. Fox Spirit making that one look extremely convincing, and this is exactly what I'm talking about here. Once you get the Gnarl, once you get a tank loaded up with items like this, it leads the charge even versus two arguable carries, just because of the amount of reflective damage it can do. That is absolutely nuts. Fox Spirit's going to be going up against a Ghost, so we're going to follow alongside Fury Hype and Soda Hype. Either player in Death's Door as of this moment. Both playing for Rogues, so do not blink. This one is going to be over in a couple of seconds, one way or another. That Malura, though, up at the very, very top, is a very, very strong tank for the Rogues, and it is leading the charge for the red side. Ramfight going up to this top, that's a lot of damage. How about another one, though, on the other side? They're going to absolutely trade damage, chunking both of them extremely well. Malura still alive, finally going to end up going down. One more time to the sky is going to short things down. The slapping's still there as well. Monarch versus 2. It is not going to be enough. This one is going to be going on over there. On the side of Soda. One thing that I will be trying to do my best here is have whichever player has the most health will be on the left side in the green. Whoever's your underdog of sorts or with less health will always be in the red. But taking a look at some of the Luvials here for Fury. Level 50 slash and 50 Umbre. Vermilion Air. Also at 51. Can they breach this bunker? Fox Spirit's been able to hold the line for the most part. Very difficult Ram fight in the background. That was a good chunk, though. That ability did a ton of damage, but the Scariox is able to survive just by a thread. And with the rest of the damage coming on through here from the red side, they have to get the damage out quickly. 3 left to go, and it's all up to the Super Chicken once again. It's not going to happen. The line has been broken. Fox Spirit going to take some damage here as Fury. As Fury Hype able to take them down there. Getting down to the end here. Of course, once again, these semifinals, it's a best of 2, so it's not based off of one game with top 4 moving on. It's your total points after the 2 games, so gonna play this one all the way through. Whoever ends up winning this one is gonna be sitting pretty going into game number 2. I mean, Fury Hype is right on the doorstep to getting the Ramp Fire, which would be absolutely devastating. Ramp Fight does a ton of damage by itself. If you can manage to get the stage 3 version of that thing fully evolved, that thing fires off its ability. Basically curtains. Soda Hype here could also be curtains if they do not manage to win this one. But at least, for the benefit for them, they're going to be forcing rerolls on the side of Fury if they really want to try and push for that stage 3. Because we see here with Soda, they too also have a bunch of the Rampies, a bunch of Ramp fights as well. But if Soda does end up falling here, puts them all back into the store, The Rogues versus Rogues once again. This one going to be a blink and you miss it. Monarch open firing on both ends here. Carpet bombs coming on through. There comes the first one from the ram fight. Here comes another one. Lots of damage being done, especially to the red side. I don't think Soda's got much left in the tank here. One more ram fight ability tries to get something done, but it's 4 up against the Monarch. Soda Hype, a valiant effort, but that is going to be an elimination here in 3rd place. Down to the end here in this first semifinal. And take your pick. Gonna end up getting the Bulwark ability as well, getting the imprint to do so. Switch anything you want into a Bulwark. And then opting for Fate Sealer, which basically makes it so that your attacks cannot miss alongside some additional stats. So both of these players, they know what they need to do, and yeah, sure enough, that Fate Sealer is going to be put right onto the Scoriox. So this thing, without question, it's going to just be doing a constant, like, consistent DPS throughout this entire battle. You've got the damage where you want it. You've got plenty of these arcane accelerators onto what I believe is your Blazonite now. Yeah, so you got the Wildfire with the Blazonite. Lots of damage there. They do not, or on the side of Fury Hype, they do not have the Ramfire. So that Ramfire's going to try and go directly in towards that Scoriox. Can it be successful at doing so? The burst damage versus the sustain. Who's going to end up taking care of this one? Ramfight up to the top, and it nearly once again takes care of the Scoriox, but not enough. And the damage is just too damn high here on the green side, even through the or with the sustain as well. Too much healing, too much damage. Umbre trying to get involved as well, but it's all going to be for naught here. That is going to be Fox Spirit taking that one, bringing Fury Hype down to 3 remaining. Basically time the all in here if you're Fury Hype, if you want to try and breach this bunker. But you can see even right now, Fox Spirit moving things around, not keeping things the same, does not want to get jumped on by a bunch of AoE damage, whether it be the ramp fight or the Billionaire. And Furies, they're rolling, they're trying to find this Rampfire. They have pretty much everything they need. They need one more though. But I can't tell if they run out of credits or what, but they're not going to be able to get it. Right there, but not quite enough. Diving on through immediately into this one. Here comes the ramp fight once again, chunking it right down to about that 3/4 mark, but the Archos heal is going to be able to keep it alive about halfway through. That it feels like there's a little bit more damage, or the healers are having a little bit of a harder time sustaining, but it does not matter. Fox Spirit is going to be able to clutch that one up once again. Got low, barely teasing us all at home here. Fury Hype getting a little bit of a glimpse of hope, but there's just too much healing, too much damage. The Archos leading the squad in terms of that healing. And that is going to be game number 1 here of this semifinal, going over to Fox Spirit. Let's quickly take a look at the team compositions for our top 4 finishers. Of course, the Nature Verdant Wildfire, just bunker composition really coming out here from the side of Fox Spirit, doing a fantastic job. Solid attempt here from Fury Hype with that overwhelming rogue presence, but could not quite find that final Rampfire they are looking for. Soda Hype, very, very similar situation, but they had a little bit more tankiness there with that Malura, but could not quite get the job done. And Kirito Hype finding 4th place here. Once again going for rogues. I think I'm seeing a pattern here. Getting 4th place. Alright, let's swing this back on over here. Alright, alright. That was a pretty exciting one. Of course, we got more semifinal action right around the corner. Whew. I think it's been an awesome day of Illuvium here so far. Very, very excited to be able to have the opportunity to cast this Illuvium Arena Leviathan tournament, the first one that we're seeing with the big old prize pool, the first time really that everybody who's been grinding and collecting their alluvials have been able to actually get them onto the battlefield and be essentially rewarded for spending the time, and in some cases, spending the money to find and get them. Of course, for anybody who may be new to Illuvium Arena, though, the fact that I called it by money could be a bit of a turnoff. However, I do want to mention, of course, not sponsored, but Illuvium Arena is a free-to-play title, and the main game mode that majority of us are playing ranked on, the Illuvium Gauntlet, requires absolutely nothing in terms of NFT purchases or anything along those lines. Everybody has a fair playing field in the Illuvium Gauntlet. This Illuvium Arena Leviathan mode, this is the extreme mode where the NFTs come into play, but this isn't usually where all of the gameplay happens. Whew. Let's see, is there a possibility to take a look at the current point standings? I see the bracket results. It gives me overall stage performance. Okay, so one thing to note, taking a look at this. Okay, so yeah, that was one of the semifinals that ended up happening. Let me see if I can hop on over to the website. So, of course, this has been an absolutely fantastic way to be able to keep track of everything going on here. But, of course, we had Fox, Spirit, Furies, Zera, Soda, and Kirito rounding out the top 4 in Group B that we did just cast. But the other semifinal that was happening, Group A, Zico Perico picking up where they left off, had a fantastic victory in the tournament yesterday, and now they are continuing that here into this Illuvium Arena Leviathan tournament, alongside Squeak, Slicks, and Potates. Winnie, Zadkiel, and Texan also in this one as well. I'm down, but not out. Need a couple of things to go their way, but they can absolutely still get back into the running here. As soon as the lobby is ready, we'll hop into the next one. And of course, with this Leviathan tournament, they have also put a very, very awesome prize on the line as well for all of these players here today. All the way down to 16th position will be walking away here with something. So anybody here in our semifinals are at least at minimum walking away with 7 ILV token. And the winner of this entire tournament going to be walking away with 94, which is a fantastic payday in its own right, don't get me wrong. But of course, those that know me, that's been around the stream the last little bit when I've been casting this Illuvium stuff, the one thing that I've personally been trying to avoid is really just talking about Illuvium as a crypto. There's plenty of other people that are way more knowledgeable than me than that. What I do like, though, is the game. So I am absolutely going to be doing my very best right now and moving forward. In fact, August is an all-in for me in regards to doing Illuvium content. I want to make it so that anybody could understand this game, because on first glance, it's a little bit of visual diarrhea when it gets to those later stages, right? You got like 10 moving pieces per side, lots of abilities. I'm going to be doing my best to break it down so even my mother can understand. That is my goal here with the casting and with the content moving on forward here. Just loading up into lobbies still. It does look like I don't see... Oh, never mind. I do have some codes now. Game's just getting started. Who have I not really seen much? Okay, I think I've got a game here. So this one is going to be Group M. Gear, of course you blame me. Bear with me, just loading on in. Wonderful, wonderful. I'm glad to hear it. Okay, quickly fix up here. We're just going through the starting NPC rounds right here, right now. Let's kill the music. Semifinals coming back around. Without further ado, let's get into it. Alright, let's start this off. Our second semifinal match. And this time going up with Group M, so we have a couple of different players compared to what we've seen before. So we did see Squeak a little bit earlier in our first couple of games before I started casting. We've got Potates, we've got Zico Perico, we've got Winnie from Team Monarch, we got Zadkiel07 from Team Hype, Texan Hype, Anubis Syndicate, and everybody just moved around. I just missed one, I think, and then Slick's Hype. There we go. Yeah, that's A-OK Gear. I thank you for it. Thank you, thank you. Now, if I'm thinking about this correctly, this should be the exact same combination of players, which means in theory I should be able to see who got how many points in the last round here. And we're gonna see Zico as of right now looking to try and tear on through, but it looks like Slicks is gonna be able to get the better of them this time by pretty overwhelmingly so, taking care from there. Okay, so right now, Zico, Squeak, Slicks, and Potates, of course, the ones that got in the top 4 last time. Got a blank on the site, as well as Winnie, who are also very, very close there in 5th and 6th. Here's going to be something I'll try and cross-reference a little bit throughout this semifinal. Alright. First time we're going to see Zadkiel here in this tournament here, just as the one bulwark, but has those 2 lynxes as well. Relatively well leveled up as well, not maxed by any means, but hey, 46 and 35 is not too shabby in its own right. So a little bit of firepower there on those lynxes. Well, they might get focused down and taken out, however, though. The Fleesh did fire at the one that had the items, but right now, that one still has a lot of health left in the tank. As I say that, it does end up getting focused down, taken care of. Zadkiel going to end up falling this time by. Winnie going to take that one. Look around the board. Let's see, so Zadkiel is going to unfortunately be the caboose here so far in this match, but of course still extremely early, only round 5. Nothing to fear. Not now, not yet. Who haven't I seen? I don't think I've seen Anubis yet. Anubis and Slicks, okay. Of course, Anubis is one of the people that I've actually seen streaming this game first. I had actually seen his streams on X. Him going through the ranked side of things, so it's cool seeing that they are able to get into this tournament. Especially since they were... The fact that this Illuvium tournament in general had a waiting list was absolutely crazy to see. And I'm glad Anubis got the chance to get in there because I know that, I don't know if it was time zones or what, but it did not get them very, very lucky in terms of signing up. But they made it in nonetheless here. Anubis with 3 bulwarks in the fighters. Can try and tear their way on through. They do have the Rylu here, tearing a hole through the links, and as of right now, it's up to the Ranger and the Rylu to try and pull this one off, otherwise they will end up falling. Vermilia going down, but so are the other 2 on the side of Anubis. They will take the heat. Slick's going to keep putting on the pressure on everybody they play. Other than Slick's, Winnie is the one who still has not lost a round yet, and even their Atlas is level 60 here. So the Groko even level 41. Because I feel like that's probably a trap that a lot of players would end up falling into. Like, if you were to really, really focus on trying to level up some of your alluvials, I imagine that you're probably doing your stage 2s, or you're trying to do your tier, say, 3 to 5s if you have them. But the early game is still just as important as the late game to set yourself up for success. So I've been very, very impressed with these players that have even their stage 1s of their tier 0s or their tier 1s still highly leveled up, allowing them to really, really put the hurt on in these early rounds. I was gonna say, there's no way that that Kling goes through this carousel unclaimed. And sure enough, it is gonna be Zico Perico picking that one up. Anubis picking one up for themselves as well. Texan getting the wings, so a little bit of extra disruption for themselves. Always a great fit into pretty well any composition. Now, I haven't had the opportunity to take a look at Texan, and oh dear God, they're going up against Slicks. So, best of luck early into this one here. Nice little mixture of sustain and damage and tankiness for the side of Texan Hype. However, again, you're going up against Slicks, which of course is unfortunate because team battle, but the firepower on the side of Slicks has been something that nobody's really been able to deal with so far here in this round. They do manage to have that exalted air fleece, but if anybody's been following along with me, you know that I think that these fleeces are basically useless. I would love to be proven wrong right here, right now, as it has 3 items on it. Burst it down. It does manage to burst down. The Penguin takes care of it now, focusing down here onto the bull on the bottom hand side, but that Lynx here from the side of Slicks is still just tearing on through. The weak one gets away or gets taken down, but the one with the item still holds true. Versus the Ranger, versus the Fleece. Each of these shots are basically taking a half of its health, but the Fleece will stand tall. Texan going to break the streak here from Slicks, which now makes Winnie the only one undefeated so far, now going up against Zico Perico. I had to take a breather there for a second. I did not realize, I've been so into the game that I did not realize that my kids left some nursery rhymes playing on the TV in the background before they left. Hopefully that wasn't coming through the microphone. It was pretty low though, so I highly doubt that. But Zico Perico trying to break the win streak here of Winnie. Does have that sustained composition here with the Natures and Verdants. Meanwhile, it is going to be Winnie bringing the firepower, but that Scarabok ability going through the front line is going to make things difficult. The Lynx is extremely low. It shall fall. They got to deal with the Polar Bear and the Rylu. Right on top of the Twine. That Verdant ability coming on through for the Affinity coming in clutch to keep that thing sustained for quite a while. That Kronk, though, it's kind of in between the two. I don't think it's getting the sustain from the Verdants in this instance, but they might have enough thorns, they might not have enough healing there alongside the Archos to get the job done. A little bit of a wet noodle fight now between the Pyre and the rest of the squad. It will slowly but surely fall. Winnie's undefeated streak shall fall to Zico Perico. Right along here with Zadkill, had a little bit of a better couple of rounds compared to the start. Earth Granite kind of style going on this time by, so that Ranger going to be invulnerable for a while. If the TNT gets jumped on, it's going to be invulnerable for a while. But on the other side, a solid mixture of damage and sustain, it looks like, going into this one. Let's bring those damage counters back on up here and watch how much damage this dang twine does, even though it is a tank. It looks like the Fern jumped on in the top left-hand corner. At the same time, though, the Ranger does jump on the TNT on the right-hand side. The Fern is down. That Gorilla being able to just take out the squishy members so consistently is such a pain in the rear for these players. But they finally get the opportunity to turn and burn on it, leaving only the TNT. Anubis is going to be in a world of hurt in just a moment's time. Unless this TNT shot can take care of a couple. No, they have enough tank to be able to sustain through that. And that is going to be another big shot from 69 down to 62. It could have been worse, to be fair, there for Anubis. But Zakiel going up the ladder here in this one. Now, what's Patate been up to here? Patate up against Texan. The chance to really see them too much here so far, just the one time with the little fleesh that could. There we go, that's better. Definitely lots of information on the Illuvium UI to the point where sometimes I accidentally hover over things, so I'm not trying to just randomly jump scare you with the text boxes, I promise you that. Just cannot control my mouse, apparently. But this time, of course, Texan up against Patate, and we're going to see that these Impassin fighters here from the side of Texan could hold on alongside that Exalted Fleesh. Loaded up with items, ready to go. Fires off away. That Tofi is not long for this world. It will be taken down, but that Gorilla is in the back line, trying to make things irritating. Drops the clone, tries to get out of there, and has to now deal with the Atipo. Does take it down, but as this all is happening, the damage is coming on through. One more time here, the Fleesh does end up going down. The Gorilla hanging on by a thread, and it's going to be enough damage. How much did it end up doing here? Over 9,000. Fair enough, Gorilla. Respect earned. And this is kind of the thing that I'm worried about here with the Fleeches, because this thing's loaded up with ability power, Omega power. It's a tier 3, and it still got doubled by a tier 1, which granted, some of that could very well be due to the level. If this thing was a level 1, then fair enough. It doesn't matter if it's a stage 3 or not, it just doesn't have the levels to do here. Now we have an opportunity here with a NPC round. Take a look at our standings as of this moment. Winnie looking to try and make up for the, I believe it's the 5th or the 6th place finish in game number 1, trying to put themselves into that top 4 on points if they can get themselves a solid one here in this second semifinal. Zikabrico looking for another solid victory. Squeak alongside Zadkiel, Slicks, Patate, Texan, and Anubis. I don't think anybody's sweating or getting too nervous as of yet, but we're almost to that point where things could start getting nasty. Up along here with Winnie, who's up against Texan and the little Fleesh that could. Let me confirm, is that thing level 1? Yeah, okay, I guess that kind of makes sense. When you don't actually own the Alluvial itself, it shows up as level 1. So that's one of the detriments for somebody who maybe hasn't necessarily gotten the opportunity to find those alluvials in the overworld. But that's actually a fantastic swap up here. This is going to change everything. Finding the squeeze, being able to get rid of the Fleesh, to put all the items onto the squeeze. Now you've got that, you've got the polar bear as well, you've got the Mojul, or the mole. I'll call it polar bear. But it is dealing with a very, very tough squad here on the other side. That foe loves to get in your face and just fire off those talons as fast as possible. As you see, you may have had the squeeze, but the front line still got destroyed. Texan in a world of hurt. When are you gonna go up against Zadkiel? Zico, what are you up to? Going up against Monarch. Now, I'm gonna very quickly just admire this arena. Of course, this is one of the microtransactions that you can get into the game. You get the different arena types. This one's just extremely pretty and extremely cool to me, so I had to check it out. Fighters, Berserkers, a little bit of rogues here on the side of Squeak. Meanwhile, Perico has that bunker composition that we kind of saw Fox Spirit going for. Just with the exception of missing one more wildfire, but you can see they're trying. They almost have the Fur Knight loaded up and ready to go. And Squeak bust the bunker. We'll have to see. It does not help too that Archos does have the one augment that gives more mitigation and basically damage reduction to everything nearby at every couple of seconds. So that entire green squad is going to be super tanky alongside the healing. And as you can see, this isn't even close. Squeak is going to take big damage here. Takes 13 as we see like double spark here. How much is he actually at? 60. Okay, so sitting at 60 now. Still a big hit there for Squeak. This thing right here, the steadfast pulse. So yeah, every couple seconds, every 4 seconds, anything very close to it gains mitigation. So those bunker compositions, if they can manage to get that item, they are sitting pretty. And Zico Perico, of course, as well, also now sitting with 7 nature, 2 verdant. Somehow find the wildfire, and that's going to be a tough bunker to crack. Squeak looking to maybe pick up the dash for a little extra firepower. Anubis picks up a dash as well, but has the extra healing item on top of this. Honestly, probably good that they took it and didn't end up giving it over to like Zico Perico, for example, because imagine putting that thing onto this thing here as soon as it stops moving, where allies get 15% more healing. You give that to a bunker composition, and you're in for a bad time to try and crack the bunker. But we'll ride along here with Slicks and Anubis. Heavy rogue coming out here from Slicks. Rogue and Revenant alongside the tanky Earth and Granite style Orcs, Empaths, and a couple of rogues as well to kind of round up the composition. They have to sustain and tank through a ton of damage, however. Big ability from the Scarabok to fire on through and stun up a ton. But there are a lot of low health bars here on this green side. Slicks is getting very low, but at the same time, Anubis' squad just seems to be getting shredded. They found the hole, they found the chink in the armor, and they crack on through and just clean up shop. Anubis now down to 35. We are slowly but surely starting to get towards that death's door. Winnie's still in fantastic position going up against Anubis. Our first and second place players currently going up against each other here. Let's see what Zadkiel and Zico Perico are up to. Zadkiel with the Bulwarks Fighters and a little bit of extra sustain there with the Empath. Meanwhile, Empath Bulwarks, so again, Zico Perico, this bunker composition. But again, lots of firepower with these fighters. Just constant DPS. He manages to have 2 of these steadfast pulses, though. That's absolutely disgusting. So even if they crack the front line, this is going to be a very tanky back line for Zadkiel to have to try and break. Right now, Zadkiel not looking too bad, though. Thankfully, there is no wildfire here on the side of Zico Perico, so they're not necessarily getting some extra sustain in that regard. But the Verdant perk is going to end up coming on through. That green puddle that you see on the ground. The front line has been shattered for the most part. It's just up to this Crunk. for Zadkiel to try and get through, but I think they ran out of juice. It's just a tank fight now alongside the Apon, and that is going to end up going against Zadkiel here. They're slowly but surely going to end up falling. Broke through about half of the front line, but could not make it to the other bit. Close, but not quite. Now, of course, our leader's still right now in this lobby. Winnie Monarch. Heavy fighter composition. They got the right kind of items there for it as well, including double attack speed, super chicken, ready to fire up here once this Fur Knight really gets the engine rolling. Our top two going to battle at it. We don't have anybody on death's door. I kind of want to see this. We know what's up with Zico Perico. We know they want to just hold the line. But if there's any composition, if there's anybody that could actually bunker bust this, it has to be Winnie's team right now. I feel like it's really going to rely a lot here on how long that Krunk stays alive too, with there being so many fighters. That smoke screen that comes out of the Krunk that blinds everybody. It really shut down this team. We're seeing, in fact, 2 Krunks coming out and swapping out the Ador here for the Periox. So a little less sustained, but for a little bit more extra damage. And then by adding the 2 Krunks, there's going to be blinds and smokes all over the place. A fantastic play, actually, here from Zico Perico. Does it pay off, however? Because what are the chances that you actually have 2 of those things leveled up? First Krunk is about to fall, but at the same time, a couple of the fighters have also fallen on the side of Winnie Monarch. It looks like they're not going to be able to bust this thing either. They're blinded. They can't find their target. It's up to the Super Chicken, really, to get the rest of the job done here. But I don't think they're going to be able to do so. 4-on-1, and it will end up going on over here to Zico Perico. Winnie going to fall a little bit, and Zico Perico now going to lead the lobby as we now see Anubis, our first one on death's door, going up against Zadkiel. Been a little bit since we've rolled with both of these players, so let's see what they've got going on. Anubis, heavy earth once again. With 8 of them being on the board, they do get that reflective damage since they've got more than 7. They've got their invulnerability at the start of the round because of that granite, but they don't have a whole heck of a lot in terms of class buffs. Meanwhile, on the other side with the Zadkiel, they have fighters, they have a couple of tanks, and a couple of decent sustains with the empaths. We'll have to see how this ends up going. Anubis needs to strike gold here, but that can't remember the name of it, but the Scorpion in the background is just tearing through the rest of this squad. You gotta deal with the Polar Bear as well. There's way too much here for that mitigation to do anything, and that is going to be Anubis eliminated from this one, and I believe eliminated from the tournament. Riptorus, that's the one. I was about to call it Rip Lance, but that's the fully evolved one. Relatively even across the rest of this board. Even Zico Perico taking a little bit of heat. Somebody finally broke the bunker. And 9 nature, that's actually crazy, because now missing health as energy damage, you hardly ever see that. I hardly ever see anybody get that far with nature. And we'll have to see how this ends up going here, as it's going to be Squeak going up against Zico Perico. They do have the type advantage. I mean, they have the fire, they have the Inferno, they could get the hyper going on, get that super effective attack speed and damage coming on through. But again, there's just too much dang sustain here on the side of Zico Perico. 2 jump to the back, it's not going to do much. There comes the Artes diving on through. Carpet Bomb across the healer, but it's just being shielded pretty well immediately. Artes going to get out of dodge, try to get onto that Archos. It's extremely low, actually. That'd be huge if that healer goes down. It does. There's not enough healing now. I don't think. Lots of low health bars. Does a Bariox end up living? Holy smokes. Yes, it does, but it's not the one I was looking at. It was the one on the side of Zico Perico. Happens to be in nature. Well, maybe that tiny little bit of extra sustain was the difference maker in that one to make Squeak fall down to 22 now. Now, I was looking at the one on the other side. I'm not going to lie, but Zico Perico reminded me that he's the one in the spotlight here, or they're the one in the spotlight. Slick's hype getting a little bit low. Let's hop in with Winnie. You know, we just saw Squeak as well. Texan and Potato are playing, it looks like. Yes, they are. Midfield battle. That is a ghost. Let's not do the ghost battle. There we go. Potato and Slicks. There we go. Let's take a look at these two compositions. I see a lot of fighters on the left-hand side here. 4 of them, to be specific, alongside Bloom and Magma. So some decent sustain and just consistent damage across the floor. We'll see in a moment's time as the Magma starts to bleed on through from the Ranger as well as the backline, where we see the slashing jumping right on in. Super effective, that water versus the fire. We can do some extra damage with extra attack speed as well. Rampy going to get there, say, as well into that one, getting the ability off. But again, it's that Vermilio that was doing a ton of damage, but it may not be enough. Slash and falls. As of right now, this one is looking very, very rough, and it is going to be Potato going to take care of this one. Coming out strong with the fighters and the bulwarks. And now Death's Door is here. And it's quite intense for some of these players. Of course, Anubis was the first to fall. Ended up being 5th in the last one, getting last here. They are not making the top 4, so I believe that it's a confirmation that Anubis has been eliminated. Squeak, on the other hand, got 2nd, but they do not want to fall here. They will probably get past. And then Slick's getting 3rd in the last game on Death's Door as well. Very, very close indeed as we go on through. The game will finish. I'll try my best not to call out exactly who is in the top 4 immediately based off of my on-the-fly math. I'll wait until I see the confirmation from the website. But a lot of players, either like 37 and lower. Squeak and Slicks, of course, being in Death's Door. Meanwhile, Zico Perico, they managed to find 3 of these things. That's actually ridiculous. Probably another difference maker, too, and why that Bariox was able to survive in that 1v2. Let's see one of these matches on Death's Door. Oh, they actually play each other. This is perfect. Okay. Somebody is going home right here, right now, it looks like. 2 of our players that made it pretty far in the first game of the semifinal, both finding themselves 6th and lower. Be not mathematically impossible, I don't think, but it'd be very, very tough. Fires and Infernos for the right-hand side here for Squeak. Meanwhile, Slicks, with tons of rogues about to be diving on in. This one is going to end, and it's going to end quickly. Dives right on top of one of them, immediately evaporating them from this one. Ramp fight to the skies. There's already a lot of low health bars. This will absolutely clean house. Carpet bomb coming out here from the Monarch as well, in a perfect position to just shoot from afar, and that is going to be an elimination here for Slicks. Got 3rd the first time, I believe. Get 3rd on the first time, but could not get the job done the second time around. That is going to be a tough one to come back from. We'll have to see how the rest of this lobby ends up going through. One thing also, while we look at Zika Perico here, that I did notice, they did pick up the Power Ascent. So, as if this thing wasn't a problem enough, it's going to double its health and get damage amplification and reduction. Absolutely crazy. Squeak is going up against Texan. Zadkiel is going up against Potato. Let's go up against this one. We might miss one, but it's an odd spot. We gotta try and take our best guess. We've got the fighters here for the side of Zadkiel. Potato also with fighters, a couple bulwarks. This is a pretty even battle. It's gonna be an absolute slugfest. It's gonna be pretty reliant, I feel like, on can this Rip Lance take care of the proper targets. It's going constantly back and forth between the tank, or the two tanks, but now it's onto the foe. Is it going to be able to get that one? No, the untargetable comes out at just the right time. That foe is going to survive, and it's going to have free reign to open fire on that polar bear in the middle of the field. Now it's getting chunked down. Big heal from the Adoro to keep it alive. That thing was down to like 10%. Now, Super Chicken firing on through. Tons of attack speed on that foe, but look at this Goliath. It's just not dying, even though this forest is wailing away on it. Just constant back and forth, stun coming on through. The stun's exactly what they needed. Can they turn this around? But that Ludora here in the middle is also very tanky. It will survive. Or rather, Zadkiel will survive. And we do see another elimination. Squeak has been taken down. Could not hold the line. Zadkiel versus Texan. A bad loss for either of these players could be curtains here for them. And it's a big old death ball here coming out on the left-hand side here for Texan up against Zadkiel. The fighters versus a couple of Scions, a couple of Empaths and Enchanters. A different kind of bunker composition, more so relying on shields instead of healing. Arte's Carpet Bomb across the tank line, doing some pretty decent damage, able to get open seas and is firing away once again onto the Polar Bear. But the Ranger from Zadkiel is in the back line. The Rip Lance as well as in the back line. A lot of the support has died here, and that should now be curtains, it looks like, based off of the reaction we're getting here. That is exactly enough for Texan to fall. Falls in 5th place in this lobby. Potato also going to fall because that was a rather significant loss. So now our top 3 here in this lobby. Zika Perico once again, this nature-based bunker composition with a Scoriox now as your damage dealer is absolutely bonkers. Meanwhile, Zadkiel and Winnie Monarch. Winnie looking like they're going to have their opportunity to try and break into this top 4. I think getting into 2nd should seal the deal there for them. Not a guarantee. Hang on a second, this is a ghost run. Let's hop in with a player versus player battle. Death's Door possible here for both of these players. Let's see if Winnie can bust the bunker. They got the 6 fighters to try and do it, but the sustain is absolutely crazy here. Once again here from Zika Perico. The Scoriox hasn't gotten the perk yet from the Power Ascent. Now it has. It's basically curtains at this point here. That's a rough loss, and that will be Winnie Monarch falling in 3rd. Could not crack the bunker. Could not touch the Scoriox. Now leaves us with our last 2 players. I lied. That is going to be the 2nd win here in a row here for Zika Perico. Zadkiel was going up against Zika Perico's Ghost, and they could not defeat it. So Zico, congratulations on moving on into the grand finals for sure with those 2 wins. 9 natures, 3 fires, burned, and magma. That is a brutal bunker. That's gotta be one of the most frustrating things to try and play through. Meanwhile, Zadkiel, a solid 2nd place finish with a mixture of fighters and tanks. Winnie Monarch going for heavy, heavy fighters with 6 of them plus the Templars and tanks. And then Texan rounding up our top 4 with the fiery air-based Inferno Enchanter squad, which is one that we don't really see too often there. Good to see it doing pretty well on this one. And let's hop on back over out of the game for now. Get back into this, get the music back going. Whew. Quickly gonna quit the game and reboot it, because there is one thing I've noticed is after, or if you play 3 games in a row, your computer tends to crash, and I do not want that to happen during Grand Final. But still, for those eliminated here in this semi-final, they're not walking away empty-handed. Of course, surprising here for this Illuvium Arena Leviathan tournament went all the way down to 16th. So at the very, very least, you get 16th, you're still walking away with 7 ILV tokens, which I believe, at least in Canadian right now, is like $17 a token. So hey, pretty good payday. Pretty good payday for a afternoon of fun, or an afternoon for me. I know there's some people that are just like playing up till 4 a.m. and Godspeed to y'all, but hopefully worth staying up late for is. Big shout out to everybody who's been tuning in so far, of course. My name's Silent, and I've been doing a bunch of Illuvium casting over the last week. I've been following the game since the land sale a couple of years ago, and I'm playing on and off for the longest time. I was heavy into Ascendance, but I have gladly made the transition on over to the Illuvium Gauntlet, and seeing Leviathan having its first chance of glory here through this tournament has been exactly what I was looking for. Very, very excited to see this, and I'm very excited to get into this Grand Finals in just a couple of moments. Getting a couple pop-ups on the website, so I'm guessing we have some results here. Let's see if we can confirm our grand finalists. One thing that helped my streams is a stream deck. If you have the opportunity to get one, I definitely recommend that as well. In fact, I do have one, but I do not like using it for transitioning from scene to scene, because I personally just don't feel like I'm in control. I use it a lot more for my audio. Plus, I just don't have that many variables to really deal with. I'm not working with a studio's worth of audio sources, so to speak. But I do let my stream deck go, absolutely. And of course, when I randomly talk like that, of course, I have the chats open from all of the channels that we are streaming on here today. Of course, across 3 of them. I give you all special shout-outs. However, I don't want to get banned because some platforms are a little bit sus, but it is what it is. Regardless of which platform you're on, I thank you for watching. Okay, I think I've got the confirmation here. Let me pull this up. Oh my goodness. Okay, taking a look at Group B, because this one looks like it's confirmed for sure. Soda Hype gonna lead this one alongside Fury's Era, SNEG, as well as Fox Spirit. But on the other side, Zico Perico, of course, leading the charge. They won twice, fair enough. But we have a 3-way tie from 3rd to 5th, which, based off of this, shows Winnie barely falling out. Oh my goodness. I think we're probably going to be on pause for a second here. I'm not 100% sure if that's actually like fully confirmed. Hopping in the Discord real fast. Trying to see if there's any talk about it. I don't see any disputes, so yeah, in theory, Group A is confirmed. Zico Perico, Squeak, Zadkiel, and Patate moving on forward into the grand finals. Get some posts situated here in just a moment's time. Confirm the formats as well here for these grand finals. Okay, it's grinding time. We've got grand finals. It's a best of 3 accumulative points, just like the semifinal, though. Finals. Game 1 of 3. It has been a long time since my throat has burned this much. From casting consistently, I miss this. I have not casted this much since a collegiate Rocket League tournament, I think about a year ago, where we went from like 12 all the way to 8 o'clock, but I'm ready to go here for some more Illuvium. Should probably grab a snack for a power-up here if Grands aren't going to start in a second, though. Of course, big thank you to everybody for tuning in here. I'm glad things worked out, because I know the Illuvium staff have been going absolutely crazy here trying to get this thing done. The two of them are TOing this thing, and I think they wanted to stream at the same time, and Godspeed. I know from experience that is an absolute tough task, and if they are streaming, the last thing I want to do is take viewership away from them, so I don't want to compete in that regard. I'm just here because I'm happy to be casting. Happy to be casted, and I love Illuvium, so I'm just happy to be here. Still nothing in regards to the finals yet, so... Let's see. Okay, the lobby's here, it just doesn't have a code yet, so no, it hasn't started yet. If you guys can see my screen right now, I'm posting on X, and I put Grand Finals now liver. Whoops. Okay, I think I can slow down for a second here. Stop panicking, stop panicking. Ew. Yeah, exactly. Nothing more appetizing to click on a stream for now liver. I know we're talking about wildfires and infernos, but we're not, this isn't a cooking stream. Livery was a couple weeks ago when I was painting iRacing cars. Bruh. Okay, I think we're all situated now. Water break, beer back. All right, there we go. So in our grand final, based off of the site that I see here right now, Zico Perico, Sota, SNEG, Zadkiel, Fury's Era, Winnie Monarch is in this grand final. As well as Badul and Texan. I feel like that was very different from what I saw in the semifinal. There must have been some tie, or there was a three-way tie, so that probably did throw things in for a small loop. But hey, good for everybody that made it this far, nonetheless, though. Now, I may have only been really following the competitive scene for Illuvium this last week or two. Going with a bunch of the community tournaments and whatnot, and a couple of the players that I have seen that I'm happy to see here. So, like Fury, for example, I see them pretty often in my own ranked games. Winnie and Zico Perico, I've seen in the community tournaments. Heck, Zico won a community tournament just yesterday. Winnie's one of the admins for community tournaments, so it's good to see them there. But it is pretty cool that this is, as of right now, like, it was a small enough community that I'm recognizing pretty much everybody here from ranked play. But I'm very, very excited to see the growth, because there's been plenty of new faces, lots of new interest, and this is what I love to see. We do have a lobby code now for the grand final. I'm gonna be hopping on in just a moment as soon as I see that the game is live. Not quite there, it looks like. Good to go once again. Don't want to miss the start of this. All right, all right. Oh, well, I do have a quick breather before we actually get into the grand finals itself. I'm going to quickly do a very, very quick plug in case there's anybody new here. So, of course, hello, my name's Silent, and for all of August, I am all in on Illuvium-based streams, content, and I am basically trying to make it so that anybody can understand the game that we're playing. Because, of course, especially once we start getting into those later rounds, we're seeing all sorts of items. We see like 10, 20... alluvials and rangers all on field. It can be a little bit much to try and remember and try to keep up with. So it'll be my goal to try and make it as digestible for newcomers and viewers over the next month and possibly further as long as life allows me to. So we'll be enjoying that every Tuesday, Friday. I do plan on doing streams. The streams sometimes will correlate to the videos that I'm going to be making. Sometimes it might just be a tournament cast. Or maybe I'll try and compete and try to get above the starting line because I'm still in the 1100s and you don't even start at 1100, you're at like 1200. The goal is to get to 1300. One thing I will say though is just don't talk to me about investments, crypto, or anything along those lines, because I will be completely frank with you, I don't care. I'm just here for the game. They're posting screenshots showing that the lobby is good to go and ready. There we go, the game is live. Got the code, let's get in there. My posts. Kill the music. There it is. We're still in the NPC round, so perfect. We're right on time. Yes, I am saying that I'm actually a terrible competitor, but I love it. All right, without further ado, it is grand finals time here. The Illuvium Gauntlet Leviathan No Limits Tournament. Game number 1 of the grand finals is now live. We have, of course, our players. We've got Zadkiel from Team Hype, Squeak from Team Mana, Argessa and EG from Team Atlas, Fury's Hype, Soda Hype, Zico Parico, Potato Hype, and Fox Spirit from Atlas. So these players have been playing all afternoon, or at least it's all afternoon for me. Some of these players have been playing all the way up to like 4 in the morning, so God bless them. But the action is coming to a climax very, very shortly here as we have our top 8. The format here for this grand finals, of course, it is going to be 3 games back to back to back. And based off of where you finish in each game will determine a certain amount of points that you end up earning. Whoever has the highest amount of points at the end of all 3 games will be your victor, and the winner of the massive ILV, I believe it's 94 ILV token, which is a pretty sweet little payday for yourselves for an afternoon or evening, morning, overnight gaming session. Right along with one of the players, as we see here in the red, Zico Parico, they have had a fantastic semifinal, winning both rounds. And that last one with a fantastic bunker composition. And the one thing I want to point out off the back, how the heck did he manage to get a tier 4 already in round number 3? That's like a 2% chance to get that, I think. Getting the Mammoth off the start is actually kind of ridiculous. And it comes through to take Zadkiel down to 96. Let's take a look here with Petite as well as Squeak. Fighter and a Bulwark here for Squeak. Meanwhile, Rogue and a Bulwark alongside a couple of other Alluvials. You got the Doka there for a little bit of firepower, a little bit of fist fighting power, rather. We got the Fleesh, which has a little bit of burst damage, but definitely tough to really make work effectively here. Gonna try and fire the laser on into the Groko with a little bit of extra assistance. It will take it down. And it looks like Squeak's not going to be long for this world. Never mind, the backline there with the Ranger and the Fleesh were doing a little bit of work, but the Doka finds its way on in, and Squeak is going to take a little bit of heat once again here. Taking the loss in that one. Let's see, who have we not Rogue with yet? So, Squeak again. Let's try with Fury. We just saw Potato. Okay, Zadkiel. We saw early. Soda and Atlas. We'll rock with this one here. We're still very, very early on here in this grand final. Soda alongside Zadkiel. Fighters and Bulwarks. Rogues, Fighters and Bulwarks. Let's take a look at some of these Alluvials, of course, as well. A level 50 Lynx, leveled that thing up. Very, very good in the early game. Of course, I'm talking about levels. I'm looking at that little purple hexagon with the number on it when I bring up that menu. But of course, with this being Leviathan compared to the standard Illuvium Arena Gauntlet that you'll have either seen me cast or probably played yourself on the casual or ranked ladder. The Gauntlet portion of it, or the main ranked mode, completely free to play and whatnot. There's no advantage to owning any NFTs. However, here in Leviathan, in this tournament, the first time that we are seeing it, you can play absolutely free to play, but you'll have all of the Alluvials and you'll have them all at level 1. So you can still absolutely play, you can still win based off of team composition and positioning your Alluvials correctly. But your levels and your Alluvial stats, if you actually owned the Alluvial from going out into the overworld and catching it, or finding it on the marketplace, can give you that competitive advantage. But again, for standard ranked, that is not the thing. But for today's action here in Leviathan, it is. I always try to make that clear because people oftentimes see NFT games and get scared. And sure, while there is the Leviathan side of things like we're seeing here today, where it's definitely valuable to have them, to actually be able to enjoy the game, you do not need it at all. Here for SNEG, really relying hard on their fighters to get the damage done, and they are going to be successful. Looking at that Relentless Lynx, this is the second time today we've seen the Relentless Lynx come out, and have double attack speed stacking is kind of ridiculous. That Lynx there for SNEG is going to be a menace. NPC around, so hey, it's holo check time. Let's take a look at the bench. We do have the holo Doka, the holo Chuko, looking good here. Or Funk Spirit. What about Zadkiel? What do you have? They all be sparkling, but no holos this time. And that is one thing that I've noticed so far here in this Leviathan tournament. Because in the Leviathan you want to be using the Alluvials to have your best stats, there is very, very few times that I actually see a holo, let alone a dark holo. Which, for people from other titles, if a holo is a shiny, there's like another level of rarity there with dark holo. It's like a super shiny, super rare shiny, secret rare for your card game players out there. That kind of idea. Either way, awesome collector's items, and I'm sure as the game goes on, we'll start seeing those absolutely ridiculously high statted shinies or holos in shops soon enough. Or if you're lucky enough to catch one, you'll probably be doing a happy dance for a week. Players just getting off of the carousel. A couple of extra items in hand, a few more extra Alluvials in hand here. Let's ride along. Have we seen everybody at least once so far? I feel like we might have, but let's take a look at Fury and Squeak. Squeak having a little bit of a rough time here early on in this battle. We've got Fighters, Rogues, and Bulwarks here for Squeak. Meanwhile, same idea here, but a little bit of extra oomph here for the green side, as they do have the Berserkers. Help supplement that damage here for Fury. Leviathan, and let's get those damage numbers up here. So the Axon here for the side of Squeak and try and tank things up as best as possible. Water Growth are going to immediately fall though, so one front line already down. They do have the Relentless Lynx fully loaded with an ability. It's actually going to get a long-range chop on the Rhoda, or the Revo, as it tries to roll away. Now that they've had the opportunity to start swarming on the rest of Fury's team, they will capitalize. The Lynx coming in clutch, and the squad coming in clutch here for Squeak. Going to take Fury's down to 90. And I think for the first time today that we've at least seen on stream, it is going to be Potato leading the lobby, going up against SNEG, who of course has, I had pointed it out before, this ridiculous Relentless Lynx. Level 30, so about halfway leveled, still pretty decent though, and it now has the Rift Striker for additional crit and damage on top of those 2 attack speed buffs. So this Lynx has to be focused down or dealt with or mitigated or something, because the longer this thing goes, it is going to be ridiculous to see how much damage it ends up doing. Alongside the fact that they have 5 fighters, the attack speed is going to be ridiculous across the entire team, let alone that Lynx. As we see, it has full free reign on anything it wants on the team. The Valente and the Penguin trying to do their damnedest, but they're stuck on the tanks. The Lynx barely even got touched at all. Heck, it wasn't even the one Lynx that was doing the most damage. The baby Lynx was the one that did the most damage. Those fighters are looking strong here so far for SNEG, and that's going to knock Potato off to the top spot for the time being, giving it on over to Fox Spirit, who is up against Zico Perico, who again, in a ridiculous fashion, found the tier 4, found the Mamu immediately off of the first round. Or like by round 3 found it. Incredible. Stick the Vengeful Mantle on it as well for a little bit of extra reflective damage. AoE reflective damage on top of that. Chef's kiss. Toxic Water, Bulwark the Rogue alongside the Fighters and Empaths. Mamu point blank about to yeet this Lynx away in just a moment's time if it survives. No, it doesn't even get its ability off, so that's a heartbreaker here for Zico Perico. It's going to now allow for the rest of the Green Squad, Fox Spirit, the double Lynx alongside the Bull in the middle, trying to hang on for dear life, but there's a lot of low health bars here. That Polar Bear alongside the Revo are doing a fantastic job, alongside the Winx in the very, very bottom. That was just being able to do free reign and disrupt with those charms. And that is what we'd like to see there. So Zico Perico, what looked like a rough start, able to pull that one around and get the W in that one. What's Soda up to? Soda for Squeak. Let's take a look and see what these two are up to. So another well-equipped Relentless Lynx here. This one leveled up to 50, so this one much stronger Lynx overall compared to what we've seen earlier. And we see just even more Lynxes. Are Lynxes just that good in this game? I know everybody likes Lynxes, but my goodness, we see them all over the board here. I'm not gonna complain. Lynx is literally my favorite animal, but interesting to see that there's just enough damage to get done. And all 3 of the Lynxes here on the red side is just going to immediately focus down that Axon. So that might have been one of the beefier tanks on the squad, but it immediately gets taken down. 3-on-3 fist fight through the middle with the Ranger getting some pot shots over in the top corner, and that's going to be enough. The Lynx is going to end up charging as that one big Lynx ended up getting the untargetable proc. And that will end up being it there. So Soda is going to lose a little bit. Granted, it wasn't the biggest hit, still sitting at 82. And of course, NPC around, hollow check. And we might have found one right down here. This Valente. Level 25. Not too shabby for a tier 0. Johnny check some others. No, not quite. Looking, looking, looking. There you go. That's a nice one as well. The Vermilia, and then the Dark Hollow right there, the Dark Hollow Rota. Very, very nice pickup here for Squeak. But to go through our current standings, Zico Perico again is leading this lobby. Alongside Fox Spirit, SNEG Atlas, Zadkiel, Soda Hype, Fury Hype, Squeak Monarch, and Potato Hype. Nobody really like sweating too heavily as of yet, getting too nervous, but we'll be at that time shortly, I'm sure, as we ride along here with Zico Perico and Sota. Rogues for Soda, including the Ramfy, which is going to be critical to see if they can find a hole to sneak in, get a good ability off. Meanwhile, the fighters coming out from Zico Perico and this completely loaded up Revo. Looking to do a ton of damage. Let's get those DPS numbers up and see what we're looking at. That's a Tofi in the top left, just got immediately shredded. The Mamu is going to eat this Ramfy ability, though, and that just chunked it big time. It might be a tank, but it does not matter. Soda, move your dang drone! It's going to be another Ramfy ability coming on through. Takes out 2. This one's looking really, really good here for the red side, unless that Revo can make these untargetable procs work for them, and they will end up being able to do so. There was too many low health bars catching me off guard. They had the numbers, but they did not have the health to sustain it. Zico Perico taking the W. I feel like I just saw them. Zadkiel, what you up to? Zadkiel Soda, we just saw Soda. Potato and Fury, let's go. Let's roll with this one here. On the asteroid, let's see what we've got. Fighters, Berserkers, kind of setting up for a little mix of sustain. Got the Magma and Verdant almost there as well. Possible long-term thing. We do also see the Pyre on the bench, so we do kind of see what Fury Hype's kind of looking for. Meanwhile, once again, we're going to ride along with another well-decked out Revo here on the green side here for Potate. Get those damage numbers up. Good position here for the Archos to get a bunch of AoE healing, but there is a lot of damage coming on through here from the side of Potate. The blind on top of things is just going to make things extremely difficult. The foe was there. It might be a tier 5. It might be doing a ton of damage, but it does not matter if you're blind and swarmed by like 5 rogues, and they are going to fall. It's Fury Hype just above the 50 HP mark. Tier 4 is now on the board for the carousel. Fury Hype going to be the first one to be able to get on out there and get what they want. Racing on over, going to pick up the Fern, and Squeak going to tank the Polar Bear. Of course, the Polar Bear that we do see there, the Mule, or the Joel. I can't pronounce it properly. Don't laugh at me later, by all means. But it may be a fighter, but it is also a very tanky brawler, so kind of like a makeshift tank, especially if you build that thing to sustain itself with some Omnivamp, so when it's doing some damage, it heals itself back. That, or pair it up with some empaths that can help support it. Could be an absolute unkillable beast, and I was going to say mandatory shiny shoutout or hollow shoutout there for that ace that was on the board, but it has disappeared. Unlucky. Zico, we were just with you. Soda, let's bring it back. Who are you with? You're with Potate, SNEG. What are you up to? SNEG Fox Spirit. Let's roll with one, sure. Of course, I'll have always the highest health player on the left and the underdog of sorts on the right. Templar Bulwark here with a little bit of extra reliance onto that Fernite in the top left. Meanwhile, the red squad, they have that decked out Lynx, and right now it's got that extra bonus HP damage as well. It is going to fall. What about the other links? It's going to end up falling. The Templars are too much here. And that's going to be SNEG taking some damage as Fox Spirit coming in clutch once again. Zico Perico finally losing a round as well. That's going to allow for Fox Spirit to take the lead in this lobby, at least for now. Going up against Keel. Let's see. Squeak, it's been a little bit. What are you up to? Squeak versus Fury. So 2 players currently a little bit down on our luck. Not necessarily at death's door, but we're getting kind of close. But like 3 or 4 more losses would put them there. Bunker composition coming on out here for Fury. Meanwhile for Squeak, mixture of pretty well everything. See how this one goes. Revo is going to be completely free to just shoot from the side, but it doesn't have necessarily a lot of damage because it doesn't have any items. The Artros AoE heal was pretty decent, but it is just going to be burst down. The Riptor does end up going down as well. As of right now, the red side has been able to sustain on through. They have the Pyriox as well, just firing on through alongside the Forest, and they are going to be able to tear on through and get the W here. Fury finding that one. NPC round, just a matter of dealing with those rogues. But I have to take a look. Nice hollow rampy there for Squeak. Congratulations on that find. Rest of the results are current standings. Fox Spirit going to lead the charge alongside Potate and Zico Perico. Soda short to follow alongside Furies, SNEG, Squeak, and Zadkiel. Potate versus SNEG. And there is a monster link. So I was wondering if they were going to emphasize this, and sure enough, that's exactly what they are going to do. This Relentless Zephyr Lynx now on the field. Fully evolved, absolute menace, tanky, damage, it does it all. If that thing is left untouched, then oh dear. And they do also have a bunch of other strong fighters. The Riptorus, we have the Jokul, we have the Foe, we've got plenty of damage, and perfect positioning here for the Caradulo to catch these rogues to dive as they dive on through from Potates. But if they do end up bursting it down too quickly, it could still be troublesome. I know personally I'll be looking to see how fast that Caradulo does end up surviving. It does finally go down, but a lot of these rogues are already eliminated from the battlefield, and this Lynx is barely even touched. This is going to be SNEG shredding through Potates. Big damage coming on through, knock them down to 56. Having the fully loaded Jokul on top of this too. This polar bear being an absolute menace. Oh, I clicked too soon. I thought that they were finished their battle, but it looks like now a battle of our top 2, Fox Spirit versus Zico Perico. Once again here for the side of Fox Spirit, the mixture of Bulwarks and Templars, a little bit of Empaths, allowing them to have Wildfire and Nature for some decent damage and decent sustain as well. But on the contrary, Zico Perico, with that very, very quick Mammoth, able to kind of tech into Scions, and that is going to be the squeeze here for a little bit of extra DPS, but we see the Gorilla already diving on through, or the whichever rogue that may end up being, diving on through, and the front line here from Zico Perico has already been shredded. The only thing Fox Spirit has lost right now is the Bull, but there is still plenty of front line, and the Wildfire is spreading. The Revo dancing all over the place and trying to get out of dodge, but there's too many of them, and that is going to be the Damage coming on through here onto Zika Perico, down to 50. Squeak, Zadkiel, Sota, they're getting all very, very close to death's door in this instance here. And Sota and Squeak actually have to go up against each other. And now we can see they're kind of starting to spend their credits, starting to roll for some of these higher tier units, and they have been able to both find at least the ramp fights. However, the one on the side of the green side here, on the side of Sota, seems much more jacked up in terms of items, completely loaded up. Never mind, gonna eat my words. Squeak is going to answer as well with one of their own, but it is lower level. Not the end-all, be-all here, though. We're gonna be looking and seeing if those ramp fight ults get the value that they're looking for. They did chunk the polar bear down the half. How about some return fire? That one didn't really hit anything, though, for the side of Squeak, but Squeak may have not necessarily needed it at all. For whatever reason, these rogues on the side of Squeak come in absolutely clutch, knocking Sota into death's door. We will ride along here with Sota as they fight for their life, this time up against Zika Perico. It's definitely a rough one to have to lose in that last round, but let's see if they can maybe find a few more things with a couple of last second rolls. They do have some pretty beefy rogues alongside them, though. This Familiar is an absolute unit that's going to be able to tank, but also does have the extra Arcane Accelerator on it for some additional Omega power, so it can heal and deal more damage. This Lolura as well might be a rogue, but it's basically a tank. Can this Octius on the other side get targeted down pretty quickly, or the Ferriox? There are some pretty juicy targets for Sota to have to try and take down, which right now, they've been left untouched. Ramp Fight to the skies is going to be able to take a couple of these units down to half, but not take them down just yet. One more jump, gonna take them down. They're onto the Ferriox, but this Octius has not been touched. It's getting the resets, it's getting the lightning, and Sota, so long. We'll see you in the next game here. Barely enough damage to get them eliminated, only 2 points away. Just could not quite find the value they were looking for. Perfect opportunity. Getting a little bit loud when I get excited, fair enough. Did I forget to put a limiter on this thing? That would be a pretty newbie move to do if I did. Oh no, there is one. I probably peak like a madman though. Let me make an adjustment here. Thank you, thank you. Give you a taste of the fried mic, I suppose. But of course, I thank you for the feedback, whether it be live here in the live stream or in the YouTube videos after the fact. I accept all feedback. Still trying to continue to practice casting and setting things up as well. So if something doesn't quite sound the greatest, by all means, let me know, no offense. As we head on into this NPC round, again, it's going to be Fox Spirit leading the charge here with this Nature and Wildfire. Has the 3 Wildfires now, so that extra burning and extra healing is going to be even more potent. So Fox Spirit alongside Fury, SNEG, Zika Perico, Patate, Squeak, and Zadkiel. Zadkiel going to be fighting for their life now as soon as the next round gets underway. And Furies, we trust, absolutely. Sitting in a pretty decent position right here, right now. Second place, still got a little bit of leeway to go. Of course, Naraba, thank you for tuning in. Welcome, welcome. And unlucky here for Zadkiel. They're gonna have to go up against Fox Spirit, so they're gonna have to put some hurt in here on the leader if they want any chance of keeping themselves going here into this game. 5 bulwarks, Templars, and Fighters. So, I mean, they've got the front line. They've got some pretty decent damage as well. But can they deal with the Wildfire, Templar Bulwark, and Empath style coming out here from Fox Spirit? Dealing with this dang Ox directly in the center. Level 60 Cardiolox. Not to mention the fact that the Krunk as well is fully loaded with tank items. Got the Bear in the back line going against some of the Empaths as well. The Fern is there. The stun coming in onto it. Can they turn and burn onto it? Not in time for the Untargetable to come out in the nick of time. The Ox is down. Is this the opportunity here for Zadkiel to get into the back line, get the damage done? But the Bear on the other side is actually taking care of the healer, but it might be too little too late. It's the Bear versus 5. Or 6 rather. I don't think they're going to be able to pull that one off. Too much damage, too much health. They will end up falling. Zadkiel hanging on just a little bit longer. We now have 2 more players on Death's Door, and this one we're going to ride along with Zadkiel because no matter what, this late in the game, somebody is going home. Or I say going home or waiting for us for the lobby for game number 2, because of course this grand final is a best of 3 accumulative points based off of your finishing positions. And, ooh, hello. Really good looking Monarch there. Let's hope and see if it can perform as good as it looks. It doesn't have the items to really back it up. However, that's Rake and the Penguin up there in the top left corner, loaded up and good to go. So we all dive on into the left-hand side. Carpet Bomb coming out here from the Monarch, and it's right on top of a couple of the squishies, including the healer. Stun gonna be coming on up here from the green side from that Goliath. The Untargetable gonna making things extremely awkward here, trying to deal around that Malura. A pretty even fight right now. A couple low health bars though for the red side. I don't think they're gonna be able to have enough to get the job done. The Monarch has fallen. It's just a matter of dealing with the Rake, and that will be the finishing blow. Patate has fallen in 7th. Zadkiel will live another day. And we are once again in position for 3 players to be potentially eliminated in this next round. That sounded much better. Perfect. Thank you, Gear. Thank you again for the help. Fox Spirit versus Zico, Zadkiel versus Squeak. So once again, yeah, we're going to roll with this one. An elimination going to be happening in just a moment's time. Squeak with the Air, Fire, and Inferno, while Zadkiel trying to make his Bulwarks and Templars work once again. Of course, the 5 Bulwarks means you do have reflective damage every time you get hit. And they did add the Bulwark imprint onto that Polar Bear, so again, that Polar Bear might do a ton of damage, but it's also extremely tanky. But it doesn't matter how tanky you are if you just sit inside of a Ramfight ult, and that is gonna be some huge damage coming on through. Up again, why don't we? That Twine just melted, and that is some huge damage coming out once again. The Fiery Air Infernos coming out, burning it down, and Zadkiel hung on for a couple rounds. Gains 2 spots for it, so solid efforts there, but will end up falling. Zico Perico as well. The win streak is over. They fall in 5th. More eliminations are possible. Squeak hanging on by a thread, now getting to go up against SNEG's from Atlas. I almost said that backwards there, but hey, you know what I mean. We do have the slashing on the side of SNEG. Loaded up, ready to go. Rip Lance is ready to... avoiding the Beyblade pun, but ready to just go absolutely nuts here. Loaded up on items. The Jokul as well, loaded up on items. There are a lot of scary, scary alluvials on the side of SNEG. But they aren't necessarily the tankiest. Let's see if this Rip Lance can hang on. They do get eaten by the Ramfight's ability, but it's not going to be enough to chunk it past hell, or past halfway. All up to the Monarch to get the job done, and I'm guessing by the glitch that is an elimination. Monarch's Squeak going to fall in this one. Hop on over to two of our leaders. In Fury we trust, but it's not... Oh, actually, hang on a second. In Fury we trust indeed. That's Fox Spirit falling in this one. All right. So we have some hype here from Fury. Well, appropriately so. It's in the name, and they're leading this lobby. So nicely done there. Your top 3 is here. SNEG Atlas, Fox Spirit from Atlas, and Fury hype as we hop on into potentially our last NPC round. Using this opportunity to take a breather to see the least. It's been a very, very awesome and exciting afternoon of Illuvium. This No Limits Leviathan tournament's been absolutely wonderful. Normally I don't stream Saturdays, but when I saw that this was going to be a thing, it's like, I have to do it. I want to do it. Definitely glad I did. Now let's see, whichever player is not going up against the Ghost is the one that we will see. Looks like it is going to be SNEG. Oh, possible team kill here. SNEG Atlas versus Fox Spirit. Once again, let's take a look at these team compositions, or possibly one last time. On the side of Fox Spirit, you got the Wildfire, the Fire Affinity, and the Nature Affinity alongside Bulwarks, Templars, and some Empaths. Meanwhile, full firepower here for SNEG. They got the 7 fighters, 8 fighters even, full Berserker, tons of consistent damage. The fully loaded up Rip Lance, fully loaded up Jotan. Going to be nasty, to say the least. And we see these are some beefy Illuvials, but it does not matter. There's too much damage. Link's gonna take care of the bear in the background. The snake is gone, untargetable. Well, does not matter. Eventually you will pop out and you will die. So now, Furies, SNEG, your final 2. I might be nervous, well apparently so is the carousel. Shivering for a little bit. A couple of juicy pickups on the wheel. SNEG getting first pick. Where are they going to opt to go? Probably at this point opting for items over the Illuvial itself. Going to pick up the dash for that extra untargetable. Let's take a look exactly what it was. So yeah, at 50% health it cleanses and becomes an untargetable. Put that on a key carry and let them go nuts. Where is Fury's going? Going on over to pick up the Flare, which does have that Steadfast Pulse, of course. If you're playing some sort of bunker style, getting the mitigation over time is really, really clutch, and I would imagine it's going right there. Yep, right on to that beautiful Hollow Archelion. Furies setting themselves up for success here in this grand final for the first game. However, there is a ton of damage. If there is something that could possibly bust this bunker, I feel like this is probably the composition to do it. I feel like I've said that a few times here today. They've all been for naught. Let's see if this is the time. Dive on through, let's get those damage numbers up. In the back line, the Lure is going to end up going down. Here comes the Verdant proc as well to try and keep that Crunk alive, but even that is evaporating. There are a lot of evaporating health bars here in this one. Furies is looking like they might end up falling here, but can they sustain through this Verdant? It's not going to be the case at all. The bunker has been busted. SNEG Atlas. They could do that again. That might be Grand Final Game 1 in their favor. Now, how would you adjust going into this next round? Because, I mean, you had that bunker pretty tight. Allura did end up falling very, very quickly into that round. A couple of the fighters just turned and burned on it. I know the Polar Bear specifically took it out. How do they adjust for this? They have it going up against the Lynx instead. Can it maybe distract this bottom half long enough so that they can maybe take care of the Rip Lance or something like that? The Verdant already procs. That Twine just got evaporated. So does the Singe. And this is looking like rinse and repeat here. I don't think Fury has the healing to be able to get through this. I think they will end up going down. And sure enough, that will be Grand Final, game number 1 of this No Limit Leviathan tournament, being won by SNEG Atlas. Fighters and Rogues, just overall firepower, the name of the game here for SNEG, and that will be game 1, of course, in their favor, with that fighter berserker style with the extra rogue as well. That's slashing just for that extra thorn in your side. Fury Hype, though, with that verdant nature style, able to get up to seconds. Still a very, very valiant run. Fox Spirit, nature wildfire style. The fact that the two of these were competing for nature alluvials was probably a thorn in their side as well. To round up our top 4, Squeak with the air, fire, and inferno style. And that is, of course, just game number 1. This is cumulative points across 3 games. So we are not done. Not even close, not yet. Just gotta wait for the lobby for our next game. If there is one thing I'll say, because we haven't seen a whole heck of a lot or too many tournaments for Illuvium so far, I will say that the organizers have been doing a fantastic job at keeping the ball rolling. Very, very few, if any, delays. I think the only delay was just off of the start of the entire tournament, just getting the initial bracket set up. But ever since then, it has been smooth sailing, and I'm absolutely loving this. Situated here. Game number 2. Okay, we do have a lobby code for it, so we'll be getting the game 2 in just a moment's time. Okay, they haven't started yet according to the Discord, so got a brief moment. Perfect opportunity. Run to the bathroom, grab yourself a snack. Alright, looks like that's a full lobby, pretty much good to go. They'll be starting in just a moment's time. Just firing it up now. Let's get in there. Alright, loading in. We're in the NPC round right now. Game number 2 of this grand final. Switch on over now. There we go. Just in time for PvP rounds. There we go. All right, game number 2 of our grand finals here in this No Limit Leviathan tournament. We've got our players, of course. We've got Zed Keel from Team Hype, Patate from Team Hype, Fox Spirit from Team Atlas, Soda from Team Hype, Zico Perico, SNAG from Team Atlas, Furies from Team Hype, and Squeak from Team Monarch. Hype absolutely all over the place rather in this grand final. Although game number 1 did go over to Atlas, as it was SNEG who did take that one down. And we see Zagil, this little Atipo that could or cannot. It's loaded up with items, but I don't think it's going to be able to shred on through. Zico Perico going to take the win of that first little round. Squeak versus Fox Spirit going into this next round. Of course, a very, very early game, keeping things simple. Let's take a look and see these levels. Of course, it's Fox Spirit. I would imagine they've got these things the highest level they possibly could. On the other side, still some pretty decent leveled up ones until I see the Water Groko, or Doka rather, because they have 2 of them on the field, so fair enough. I would imagine that not very many people are going to level up more than 1 of each alluvial, but you can see in certain circumstances like this, it could very well be beneficial to do so, because that is going to be Fox Spirit getting the shot in this time onto Squeak. Alright, Furies, our winner, or second place rather, from the first grand final game. Going up against the winner from the last game here. There we go, that's what I was trying to say. But the 3 fighters on the side of SNEG, well, we do have, of course, Fury is going to be opting for the row. You got the level 2 or the stage 2 Atipo in the middle, but other than a little extra sustain with the shield, it's not necessarily the most offensively damning. This Lynx, however, absolutely will be. Level 50, 2 items in their pocket as well. If it's left alone, it might be able to carry this one. Let's get those DPS numbers up and see exactly what I'm talking about. The Revo doing a pretty decent job as well, and a very, very clean battle here for Furies. Shredding on through, taking that one. Sota versus Zico Perico into this next round here. Zico Perico with the 3 bulwarks, or now 3 empaths rather. Possibly looking to transition over. They did have the 3 bulwarks a second ago, but now opting for 4 empath and just bunkering down in the corner. I mean, we've been seeing them play that kind of play style pretty much all tournament long. and been rather successful at doing so. Meanwhile, on the opposite side here for Sota, looking to try and get the job done, bust this thing, but again, there's so much sustain between the shields and the heals. It does not seem like they're going to be able to bust as of this moment. They are finally starting to be able to take a few down, though, and they might now have the numbers to be able to do so. The Fleesh targeting the other Fleesh, getting them down, and sure enough, a rather convincing win now over here for Sota, getting some good damage onto Zikabriko. That's one thing about sustain-based compositions. I feel like, for the most part, they really don't start coming online until the tail end of the game. Granted, Zikabriko, for playing that kind of style so often, for the most part, does find themselves at the top of the list, within the top 4 at least, for the majority of their games. Curious to see how that goes on moving forward here. We hop on into the carousel. SNEG going to get their first pick, going to pick up that Vermilia. We've seen the Vermilios for Familiares used quite consistently here throughout this tournament, just because of how prominent tanks are and the amount of damage that they actually seem to do. You think of tank that know that they're supposed to hold the front line, but no, for a lot of these compositions, the tanks are doing first or second on the team in terms of damage. So you can get a quick jump in picking up some of those Vermilias. That would be a fantastic pickup. So we now hop in with Petite and Squeak and see what they're running as of this moment. Early Granite actually coming out here for Squeak. Meanwhile, on the other side, with Petite, we do have the One Earth Nature, decent front line set up there with the Groko right in the face of the opponent alongside the 3 fighters. They have the items to deal with it. This Lynx might not necessarily be a fighter right now, but it has the items to act like one. Is it going to be enough to plow through this team? And they get immediately onto the Archos, which is going to be kind of devastating actually here for Squeak. The heal is gone regardless of the tank items you have on it. And this fighter team has wound up. They are just destroying everything in its path. TNT is not going to be long for this world either. You might be able to reduce damage, but you can't reduce it that much. Squeak going to take some damage themselves here in this one. Fox Spirit still the only one to not get a loss in this game so far here. Hopping on over with Zikabriko as well, who of course had that empath kind of bunker style going on in the bottom right, opting to throw a bunch of their items on turning this Kukulus into a menace. Now we don't really seem to get too much Kukulus usage, but the thing does have a stun attached to it, and it can be an absolute menace to deal with if it's left alone. Going to be opting to take this into the front line to try to challenge this level 60 Lynx as the rest of the rogues dive on in right onto the Apon. That's going to be 3 of them stunned up. The Atlas down on the side of Zikabriko. There's the big stun onto the juiced up Lynx. It's going to take it down, and here we go. It might be an enchanter, but it is doing a pretty decent amount of damage, but the numbers are not in its favor, but the health bars just might be. One goes down, the Gorilla goes down. It's up to the Chuko and the Ranger to try and get the job done, but they are doing nothing but hitting shield. A fantastic play here for Zikabriko to challenge that level 60 Lynx immediately right off the rip. That Kukulus doing over 6,000 damage in that one round this early in the game is pretty crazy, not going to lie. And with that, Petite will now be moving forward as the leader in this lobby as Fox Spirit loses their first round in this second game. Hop on in here with Zed Keel going up against SNEG Atlas. Composition going to be based around the fighters, of course. For both sides, rather. However, looking at the side of Zadkiel, it does seem a little bit more fleshed out. 5 fighters plus Berserker. Have to see if that translates. Good little stun there from that Grass Grocko. And it's going to shut down so many in the middle. And the Polar Bear is going nuts. The Lynx is going nuts. And it will tear through. 3 of them still alive. Atlas is SNEG going to take some additional damage here. Almost down, or all the way down to 61. Our second place finisher in that last game as well, Fury Hype, is now down to 71. Some rather rough starts for a couple of our winners from last time. If the game were to basically finish the way that it stands right now, that Grand Finals would be anybody's game. Exactly what I would like to see entertainment-wise. We have our top 2 going at it here. Let's see what kind of slugfest we're in for this time. Fighters versus rogues. This would be the part where I normally say that a rogue doesn't want to go up against a fighter. But if there's a group of rogues able to just swarm them down, they seem to win over and over again. And there's enough firepower, and it seems to be a lot reliant on this Greater Monk here. Almost level 60, so this thing's almost maxed. It's in a very, very good position to the point where only one rogue can hit it. It takes out the Ranger. It takes out the Juko. Can it get going here? Thankfully, the one Groko on its team does fall to allow it to get on in and start swinging. A little bit of a back and forth charmed away, so it's stuck versus the 4. It's going to take 1 down, but it's not going to be enough. Fox Spirit going to take that one on the Tate, allowing for Zico Perico to once again find themselves back in that top 2 position here in this lobby. Still the same idea, just with a little bit of extra tank. They do, of course, got the Head 8 now there for a little bit of extra defense. The Ace is here as well if they want to maybe transition to something fire-based later. But what about down at the bottom here? Got Fury Hype as well as SNEG Atlas, 2 and 1 respectively in the last game, of course. There is a lot of fighter usage, to say the least, in this tournament. Lots of fighters. Fighters and rogues for the most part, but at the same time I'm seeing a decent amount of bunker too. Like, I might be seeing certain styles a lot, but it's not that other styles can't work, it's just what people are comfortable with. And honestly, that's kind of a good place to be. Is it Keel versus Furies? Let's see if Fury can turn this around here. Start snowballing in their favor. It's a Keel with the 5 fighters alongside the rogue and 1 tank. Meanwhile, on the side of Fury, Borg Aegis alongside the 2 fighters and a rogue. This fully decked out Stabin is going to be terrifying to deal with, though. Where is it going? It looks like it's going right for that Twine. You can see the Twine's supposed to be a tank, but each of these auto attacks are still chunking so heavily. Some decent AoE damage down in the bottom section, though. That Revo did a pretty good job of dealing with it. Can they deal with the Penguin? The healer is gone. The Archos is gone. The Penguin's been left alone, and it's going to chop away through. Floss on them as they get the victory here in this one. Fury Hype below 50, now set at 47. Sure enough, leading the team in damage is that Stabin. Not quite over 9,000 this time, but very, very close. Feel like it's been a little bit since we rode along with Squeak. Let's see how they do versus Zico Perico. That's still the Kukulus, or did they level this thing up? It is the Kukulus. Okay, so still the stage 2 version of it. They'll say Squeak looks like they're setting themselves up for some granite usage, and sure enough, that is going to be the case. They have the 2 already. If this Ranger is unbound, maybe they can even get a 3rd. I could be wrong, though. Meanwhile, Zico Perico looking like they're setting themselves up for a Wildfire Bunker once again. And that Hetty is completely decked out in tank items, so we know Zico Perico loves to just hold the line and heal through everything with a lot of Alluvials that just have high health bars. Looking like they're setting themselves up for that kind of play once again here. Kuklos gets the stun onto the Axon right as the AC-130 flies on through. Dead center in the middle of everybody, though, so it's not exactly the greatest of spots for it. It's going to get immediately taken off the board. Eddie gets a good blind here onto the Polar Bear, stopping its DPS for at least a little bit. But it's still sustaining very, very strongly through here. TNT left untouched as well, just constantly firing off those bursts. There goes the Archos chopping on through. And Zico Perico will end up falling. The bunker has been busted once again here. Squeak taking the W on that one. Up to the carousel, we have a couple of tier 4s making themselves known, but at the same time, some pretty good items on a couple of these tier 1s. Primeval Force, of course, is a very, very valuable augment if you can stick that on something that does a lot of auto attack damage. So Sota, of course, having the rogues is going to absolutely love having that. It does give you some Omega power as well, so even giving that to your Ranthy is not necessarily a bad idea. Speaking of Sota, we do actually have them in this one here, and it's been a little while since we've rolled with Sota, so I want to see them in action. Just as, of course, Zico Perico does land the Wildfire proc. Does level this thing up to the Kronk level 46, loaded up with items, not too shabby if I do say so myself. And I was going to say, I would imagine Zico Perico would replace the Ace. That was the one thing that was constantly kind of get them in trouble. It would just dive itself on through and pretty well die immediately. However, in their team composition here, they did leave a perfect little gap for the Ranthy to dive on through. Did they get in there? Yes, they did, in the perfect position. Let's see if that ability comes on through. To the skies it goes, and it melts everything. Beautifully done here for Sota to get the job done. Now they just have to deal with this tank line. And the blind's going to come on through one more time. Ranthy to the skies. It's taking so much of this damage, but it's only a tank. It's only a matter of time before it falls. Zico Perico going to go down again. Unfortunately, positioning is so critical, and they let the Ranthy do exactly what it pleases. Fox Spirit, what are you up to? You're going up against SNEG. Let's take a look and see what we got now. So, plenty of rogues here for the side of Fox Spirit, including that Verminio. Again, might be a tank, but at the same time, this thing can still chunk you. Meanwhile, on the side of SNEG, almost all in on fighters with the exception of the one lone Caradulo. We've seen a play like this kind of similarly in game number 1. How fast does the Caradulo get melted, though? It's basically off the table already, so it's up to the fighters to try and knock them out as quick as they can. It looks like it's successful as of this moment. There's still so many fighters left to go. Fox Spirit gonna take some decent damage off of SNEG. Off to the NPC round. We still have Fox Spirit leading the lobby with Sota short to follow, rated 21 points behind. So Fox Spirit doing a pretty good job of controlling the lobby as of this moment, but from Sota to Potato, only the 1 point separating them. Then Fury, Squeak, Zedkiel, Zico Perico, and SNEG. Nobody getting eliminated, not yet, but we are starting to get a little close as we do see. Let's see what Fury's up to. Fury versus Soda, I feel like we just saw one of them squeak, Zid heal. Let's see what's going on here in the midfield, right around that 50 health mark. Squeak opting for the 5. Bulwarks does also have the Joko here for damage. Has the Sephoris as well for a little bit of extra firepower in the back line. But also proc Granite eventually if they do happen to level up these Scarabox. Meanwhile, on the side of Zid Heal, do have the one rogue there with the stab in, but you have 5 fighters. It's a lot of damage, but of course, the tanks, the bulwarks are going to be reflecting damage every single time they get hit. Can they hold the line? Jokel's going to find their first victim. A good stun onto the back line. Fernight does get stopped for a second. Sephoris winding on up. It's going to take care of one of them as well. A little bit of a polar bear battle. Takes care of the Axon on the right-hand side. But now that the 2 polar bears have found each other, the red one is going to fall. Which means Squeak is in a perfect position now to just turn onto this Fernight, pops the missiles, and pops the chicken. It is gone. SNEG Atlas now down 38. And sure enough, now the Granite is in check here for Squeak. So it's definitely something I'm going to be keeping my eye on as we go on through this one. Furies, what are you up to? You're up against Fox Spirit. Let's see how this ends up going. Three bloom here for Fury this time, including that forest that is loaded up on items. That thing is going to be a menace. 3 fighters gives it a bunch of attack speed as well. The rogues are here and ready to rock. Got a perfect opportunity actually here for the forest to just immediately get rid of the disruption. The Quanks in the top left gets immediately shredded. And now this forest in the middle is completely left alone to tear through everything. It's right next to its Archos as well, even if it were to take some heat. Gets healed right away, but does get blinded. Has to get through the Lura. It does end up doing so. Now it's just up to dealing with the Joey. Very, very quick fashion. Beautifully done here from the forest on the side of Fury. Alright, it is now. Dead center we are with SNEG Atlas and Soda. So it does have the Ramphy, of course, completely loaded up, almost a level 61 as well, almost the best thing it could possibly have, depending on what its stats end up looking like here. But it's loaded up on items, including the Evasive Veiling, so if it gets focused, it does not matter, but become untargetable. Meanwhile, on the other side here, 4SNEG does have the Rip Lance loaded up and good to go as well. Rogues dive on in, Rip Lance untouched immediately. Look at this thing shred. Good thing that Ramphy had the untargetable, because otherwise it would not have gotten its ability off. But even still, that Rip Lance is so tanky, and it's doing so much damage. Every one of those little shanks hurts like heck, and it will be Soda Hype taking a ton of damage, now being put onto Death's Door. I'm a liar, it's at 23. Nobody's at Death's Door, not yet. Still, my goodness, that Rip Lance was absolutely disgusting. It is level 60 as well, so this is just absolutely devastating. It gets its ability so quickly too, and it's a good, strong sting. Taking a look at a couple of these battles down towards the bottom. Oh, Zedkiel's actually on Death's Door here, going up against Furies. Very well could have our first elimination of our second game here in this grand finals if Zedkiel can't quite pull it off. It does have the heals, a decent mixture of fighters and bulwarks and empaths, so it's got They've got the front line necessary and the supports, but do they have the damage to really get this done? Relying very heavy on this Jokul to be the DPS that they're looking for. Meanwhile, plenty of options, including that forest that we've seen just shred earlier, and it looks like it's picking up right where it left off. This True Shite, it does get stunned up though by the Goliath on the side of Zedkiel, and right in the middle there is a ton of damage just going on through, but it is not going to be in the favor of Zedkiel. The forest is still alive, the healer's the last one standing, and Zedkiel will be our first elimination here in this second match of the grand final. Couple tier 5s on the board as well. Sota going to be the first to move because they have the lowest HP. Immediately going to snag that Ranthy. It does have the item that, or the augment that allows them to get a ton of Omega power and damage amplification. Put that on your mage, put that on a rogue or the Jokul. Either way, it's still a ton of damage that can be put through. And oddly enough, it's crazy to think that the tier 5 was left till the last little bit, but nobody is really playing water at all in this tournament. So to be fearful of the Alfie is not necessarily something that happens too much here. I think I've maybe seen the Alfie line used once in our streamed matches, and that did not end pretty. So Scions in general, water, couple of the Illuvials that I don't necessarily see too much here. I could have been just absolutely unlucky in regards to the matches I've streamed, but even still, I've maybe only seen an Octius, for example, maybe twice. Seen the Alfie once. We do see TNT, of course, but that is still one, a tier 1, and 2, you're probably using it to get granted anyway. So it has like a bit of a secondary thing in regards to Scion specifically. But of course, that's another thing about the Leviathan portion of this Illuvium Arena No Limits tournament, because I'm talking about Scions, but what say if somebody doesn't actually like playing Scions? That's not the team they necessarily built. Do they even have it leveled up? And it seems like, at least right now to me, that nobody seems to have Scions leveled up to a point where they're comfortable, I guess, maining it, if that makes any sense. Alright, down towards the bottom, it looks like one way or another, somebody is going to be waiting for us in the lobby for the next game. Zico Perico and Squeak. Sota. Kind of baited myself a little bit. I thought they were playing each other, but not the case right here, right now. Let's roll along with Zico and Squeak since we're right here. That is a Scoriox on the side of Zico Perico. They got the damage dealer that they were looking for. They were really struggling trying to find that earlier, but a huge tornado coming on through from the Fur Knights on the green side, just disrupting everything for just a little bit. That Archos is trying so hard to keep everybody alive, but it's not doing enough healing. There's just too much damage. There's too much of a front line. Now it's just a wet noodle fight at the front line alongside the mages on the left-hand side here from Squeak. And I think for the first time in a long time, we're going to see Zico Perico fall outside the top 4. They will be eliminated here in game number 2. Sota does also fall here, so that's going to put Zico Perico by a single point. We'll have to see if that actually becomes huge later. By a single point going ahead of Sota. Crazy to see. What's also crazy to see here is the fact that SNEG, winning the first lobby, went extremely low in this second game, but seems to have a little bit of a win streak going for themselves. We'll have to see if they can continue that going up against Squeak. And just look at that Rip Lance damage immediately shreds the Krunk. That thing's supposed to be a tank, and it got crushed so badly. Axon getting chunked down to half as well. Nobody can deal with this damn Scorpion. Look at it go, stabbing everything in its path. It's finally gonna get stunned up, but at that point, it's too little, too late. There's still way too many fighters on the field. SNEG is on a roll, and maybe just can't be stopped. Got a couple possible eliminations. In fact, a little bit of a run back from our game-winning round in game number 1. SNEG Atlas, we're gonna ride with them again here and see if that Rip Lance can continue to do absolute devastation as they go up against Fury Hype, who's at death's door. If they lose this one, they will fall. Fury's with a mixture of fighters, Bulwarks, Aegis, and a Templar, but on first glance, it looks like Atlas is just a little bit more of a well-rounded composition, especially when their critical members are just destroying everything that Fury wants to hold dear. As the Fur Knight goes down, it's just the backline and a Polar Bear left. They're not long for this world. Fury Hype has been eliminated in 4th place. And I had to take a second there. It's like, wait a second, 4th place? As Patate also has been eliminated. Now in 5th place. 2 Hype members down. There was 5 Hype members in this grand final. None of them are gonna make the podium. Now let's see which one here is actually player versus player. Atlas versus Squeak. That is a beefy Titanor on the side of Squeak. Probably one of the best tanks that you can ask for. But again, the firepower coming out here from SNEG. Is that going to be enough to deal with it? Or you just completely bypass a Titanor and go right for the healing line? The Rip Lance is exactly where it wants to be. It's having a field day on this Alfie. A field day on the Fur Knight as well. Sephora's is not going to be long for this world, but you still now have to deal with 2 tanks. But there's the 2 fighters, extremely low health. Do they have enough damage to take care of the Rip Lance? It has some sustain. It's fighting through, and the Rip Lance again is going to be able to take the win here. Unbelievable stuff coming out from this little Scorpion. Chatters, by all means, let me know how bad I fried my mic, because that was ridiculous. I absolutely love the Rip Lance. I love seeing it do well, and I love seeing it pop off here in this tournament play. Not biased at all, I swear. Of course, while we're going through this NPC round, just again going to quickly go over the results as of this moment. So of course, Fox Spirit still leading the lobby, but seeming to have a little bit of a harder time here with these rogues. SNEG had a very, very tough early game. Got chunked down super, super quickly, but found the fighters they were looking for, and has been really clutching it out, especially with that Rip Lance, with that Scorpion. And then Squeak got chunked down pretty early as well, was down to 50 very, very quickly. Must have stepped on the gas a little bit sooner than some of the other players, because they've been able to steadily find some wins. But now I'm not sure if anybody's going to have enough to stop SNEG from getting their 2nd win here in this grand finals and putting themselves in a beautiful position to win this first Illuvium Arena No Limits Leviathan tournament. But we're gonna have to see. Squeak has to go up against Fox Spirit's Rogues. Has plenty of tank to be able to take that first initial burst from the Rogues. but we know how good they are at managing to find these squishies. But so many of them just jumped right onto the Titan ore, and they're barely denting the thing. But somehow in the back line, that Familiar just did a ton of damage, but they might be able to sustain through. And it looks like the rogues from Fox Spirit don't have the firepower to get the job done. And actually, I must have commentators cursed it a little bit because the Alfie line is being used and it's finding some success here. And it looks like we're down to what happened? SNEG Atlas was going up against a ghost. I thought they were fine. And they end up getting eliminated. What on earth went down? I am not quite sure, but I think one way or another, we are having ourselves a new winner here in this grand final, and it's happening this time on this round. Squeak versus Fox Spirit. Here we go. Let's take a look at these compositions one more time. So again, with the side of Fox Spirit, they have the rogues to get the job done. They weren't able to do it the first time by, though. There was just too much tank. They jumped right onto the Titan ore. And I fear that it's going to be some of the same, but at the same time, there isn't necessarily a very good option for them to get in there. Let's see what happens. Here comes the water cannon from the Alfie. Takes down 3, 4 so quickly. They were able to protect it just enough. And the stun on the Quinks right as they were about to charm. Anything that could possibly go wrong here for Fox Spirit seems to be going wrong. And there's still just too much tank, too many bodies to get through to let the Alfie line go nuts. Squeak is your winner here for game number 2. Let's give a shout out to our top 4 and see, of course, what they were running. The beefy tank line there, the Bulwark and Colossus alongside the Scions, letting the Sepphoris as well as the Alfie line go absolutely nuts. Fox Spirit had the rogues, but just could not find the chink in the armor to get past Squeak. SNEG, they seemed like they were on an absolute roll. The fighters were unstoppable until they fought a ghost, and it just did not quite go in their favor. And it looks like we're going to be booted from this lobby. So we're going to very, very quickly run this back here as our grand final, our finale, is right around the corner. Whew. Bear with me to take a breather. Let's see if I can find some updated standings as well. Of course, a winner of this tournament walks away with 94 ILV token. An incredible payday for somebody's gaming afternoon. Lobby code is up for the final game here. Trying to see if I can find some overall standings here based off of the points. Okay, I got it. Alright, so as we go into our final game, game number 3 will be happening in just a moment's time. The landscape of this tournament is a lot closer than I expected. SNEG might have got the win in game number 1, and they do lead the tournament right now, but it is only by a single point. Fox Spirit right behind them, alongside Squeak, 1 point away. Fury Zera from Team Hype is still right there as well. Unfortunately for the rest of the squad here, for Zico Perico, Patate, and Zadkiel Sota, they might just be out of range here to be mathematically possible to get the win. But this top 4 is absolutely all in striking distance. Okay, they're not quite situated just yet here. I do want to thank any and all of the staff members at Illuvium for the repost and for the support here on the stream itself. I've been seeing some of you in and out here and there, whether it be on the Discord or whether it's on X or here in the stream. But just thank you for the support. I'm having an absolute blast doing this, and I'm hopeful that doing the best I can here to try and make this tournament awesome and make it exciting as best as possible. And thank yous, of course, for hosting this and making this possible. Silent, come on, man. You're supposed to be a commentator. You're supposed to be good with words. I'll be first to call myself out, but that's not always the case. Yeah, not at all. At least it wasn't like what I was doing earlier during, I think it was the semifinals, where I was combining people's names together. The amount of times I accidentally called Fox Spirit, Fox Atlas, or Fox Atlas Spirit, or something like that, is too damn high. Fox Atlas is actually a pretty sick name, though. I do like it too, yeah. Yes, claim it while you can. And the lobby just got up, so one more time. Oh, I should probably reboot my game so it doesn't crash. I don't think this is an actual bug or anything, but at least me personally, I don't like running 2 or more games in a row without rebooting the game. Get this booted up real quick, and then we'll get into the swing of things here for our final round. Final game of Grand Finals. And then a quick check as well while this loads up. Gear, anybody in the chat. When I popped off those last couple of times, how cooked was my mic? I can make some quick adjustments if I have to. Not too bad? Okay, I'm glad to hear it. Hey, no worries, no worries. Taking a look at the Discord while we load on in here. Some people have their money on Fox Spirit. And to be fair, pretty safe bet, 9 times out of 10. But I don't know, do we still have the Fury hype in here? Anybody got their bets? Pop that in there. Make my post. Again, big thank you to Illuvium for letting me post in the Discord and not just smacking me with spam notices. A lot of Discords would absolutely do so. Just a second, my apologies. Let's get into the swing of things here. Hopping in the midst of the second PvP round, do apologize about that, but here we are, the final game of the Grand Finals for this Illuvium Arena No Limits Leviathan tournament. Alright, there we go. So, of course, the tail of the tape here for the tournament as of right now, for those just kind of joining in. Game 1 of this grand final did go over to SNG Atlas and Fury Hype in second. Game number 2, it looked like SNG Atlas was originally going to just be down and out, got beat on extremely quickly, then made the comeback, but fell in third place after the fact, which is where we did get to see some new winners. Squeak taking that one. In terms of mathematical likelihood of who ends up winning, it's everybody who's in that top 4 as of right now. So your top 4 currently, of course, SNEG Atlas. Separated by 1 point is Fox Spirit from Team Atlas, Squeak from Team Monarch, and Fury Dira from Team Hype. Of course, still plenty of things can fluctuate here in this grand finals, and there's still plenty of prizing. Some decent upgrades if you can manage to move up a position or 2 here. But this entire top 8 will be going home with some ILV token as a prize. As for how much, it'll depend on this game right here, right now, as we see Potate Hype actually. Or Potate Hype, not Potate. Potate Hype. Alongside Fury Hype. Take a look one more time, and sure enough, level 60s to be found. Pretty considerably. Let's get those damage numbers out here. You can see how much this Lynx can pull off on the southern side. Going up against the Doka. Doka versus the Ace in the background. The Ace isn't even trying to deal with this Doka, so it will end up falling here. Fury gonna end up losing that one. Vermilia up against the Doka. And he end up getting chopped. Can't take out the Doka in time. No, the Doka with that extra additional attack speed is going to be able to take care of Vermilia. And the Groko holds the other Doka in place. So Fury going to take some heats there in that one. As a reminder for anybody either just tuning in now or might be watching this in the video later on, I do want to, of course, give the shout out to Illuvium. I'm not sponsored, but I do want to mention that first off, this is free to play. Leviathan specifically is free to play as well. That is where the NFTs come into play though, because stats and levels do mean a thing if you actually own the Illuvials. However, if you don't want to touch NFTs, do not have to touch it whatsoever. You can just use the other game mode that majority of the ranked players play on, the normal Gauntlet Arena, because that you don't have to worry about any sort of NFTs. Just play the game. I did not realize the emotes had sound effects, but a couple of those were kind of funny. But let's take a look. So Zika Perico has been consistently playing a empath-based healing and shielding kind of composition. I'm curious if they're kind of doing that already right now. They do have 2 of each, or 3 now. Third empath coming on through alongside the 2 bulwarks and the 2 fighters, but not necessarily getting the play style that we've been seeing them do over and over again so far here in this tournament. Meanwhile, Squeak, after finding the high of winning that second game, let's see if they can do it again. And a lot of that success was also attributed to the Sephorist having a ton of damage. And we see the little baby, the Tatofi, there in the back lines, and maybe trying to set up for something similar. The Ace is going to fly on through and now start messing with the Tatofi. But of course, by taking damage, you're also gaining energy a little bit faster. Is there enough time to get the burst out? It does, but it's not really enough to really deal with the Ace. The Ace is going to end up flying away. Health bar is looking pretty good here on the green side. Here for Zika Perico. And as soon as the Tatofi falls, that will be Zika Perico taking that one. I mean, I like what Squeak's going for. It has many Earths right now. Or Earth Alluvials, rather. Many Earths. That sounds like a normal sentence. This time by, let's run with Zadkiel as they go up against Fury. Fury opting for mainly rogues. You got 4 of them as of right now, including the Ranger. The Ace is loaded up with items as well up in the very top right-hand corner. I'm gonna just shoot from afar. Meanwhile, Bulwarks and Fighters is the name of the game here on the other side. That Lynx is going to be, of course, absolutely devastating. Here comes the Ace, flying out through directly into the stun from that Grass Groko. And while this is all going on, the Gorilla and the rest of the squad here is just shredding through everybody. Zadkiel getting a fantastic start here in this game, while 3 of our top 4 are in the bottom half. Three of our top 4 in the tournament, I should clarify. But I feel like we haven't necessarily got the opportunity to ride along and see what Soda is up to, so let's do that as they take on Zika Perico. Does have quite the jacked up Lynx here. Level 50 it looks like, loaded up on items. This thing is going to be very strong as long as it gets left alone. Has a little bit of a partner as well here. Another very solid leveled Lynx. And they're going to end up going to the bottom. They're going to immediately take care of this Choco so the Fleesh can get their ability off. The Ace is going to come flying on through, but it's just going to feed itself over to the Lynx. And so far, so good here for Sota versus Zico. Zico is about to lose their tank, and now it's just a matter of time before they lose their back line. It will end up falling, it looks like, slowly but surely. There it is. Good start here for Sota to get themselves on the podium in the first place, but to also have themselves in second place here. And props to, of course, Zadkiel to get themselves in the lead here. Up against Tate in this one. Tate with the 3 bulwarks as of right now, so getting a pretty decent bonus to their defenses. 20 for all of the bulwark units. But on the opposite side here for Zadkiel, they've been able to find themselves 4, almost getting the 5th. They were able to get 5. Of course, they get that reflective damage. where every time they would get hit, they basically deal a little bit of damage back. Let's pop open the damage calcs and see how this one ends up going here. Lots of eyes going to be on that Lynx as it chops away alongside the Greater Monk here towards their tank line. Doka now exposed, but the Ranger in the back line is just chopping away. But look how tanky this dang Lynx is. It has the Ranger just firing away on it for such a long time. Only now finally going to be able to take it down. That bull is just too strong alongside the damage from the Ranger. What looks like was going to be a for-sure thing here for the green side is not going to be the case. The keel is going to fall here slowly but surely. Potate taking that one. With Zadkiel fallen in that one, that does mean our leader is now Sota. Sota just really with the 3 bulwarks as of right now. And running through our current results here, and especially keeping an eye on our top 4. Who in the Discord was calling out for Fox Spirit? Because right now, you look like you're in prime position to capitalize on that. Because of course, Sota leads alongside Zadkiel, but Fox Spirit sitting there on the podium in 3rd right now alongside Zico Perico, Potate Hype, and then here's the rest of our top 4 in the tournament: Squeak, SNEG, Furies, 6th, 7th, and 8th respectively. However, we've seen SNEG in this position before. In the last game, of course, they were knocked down pretty much all the way down to 20 HP. And then they had a hell of a run alongside the back of a Rip Lance. And nearly made it happen. Got themselves all the way to the podium, but could not get the job done after that. So let's hop in here. Sota Hype versus SNEG. We've got a heck of a lot of rogues. 7 rogues on the side of Sota. Meanwhile, SNEG's got a ton of fighters, and they do have that Berserker proc as well to deal with. Revo flying on through. Only be able to take out a couple, and it looks like the rogues are going to be able to prevail. It was just down to the Lynx, and there was nothing that they could do. SNEG taking another solid whack here, getting knocked down to 53. Sota getting so many rogues so quickly seems to be paying dividends. Currently 8 right now. And of course there is a bonus. You get to 7, you get additional crit amp, which just makes your crits hit that much harder. Sometimes can feel like a little bit of a roll of the dice playing that way, but when it goes good, it goes great. Squeak, what are you up to? You're up against Zadkiel, it looks like, so let's see. One of the top 4 players currently in our tournament. I'm going to take a little bit of a comeback here. Currently the full bulwarks as well as the 2 empaths. Does also have the Lura there, level 31, to just dive on through and try and disrupt just a little bit longer. Once again, though, this Relentless Lynx is going to be a nuisance. It has a bunch of different imprints to try and make the team work around it. We'll have to see how that ends up going. That Singe is exactly where it wants to be, spinning right across a bunch of the tank lines. Big AoE damage there, and so far, this looks beautiful right here, right now, for the side of Zadkiel. But that Fernite in the background does have them all rather low. Can they make this work? We'll have to see in just a second. Fernite fighting for its life, but I don't think it's going to be 4-0, or it will be 4-0 rather. Still 4 members left to go. Does end up going down. Tier 4 is now on the board, but some strong augments once again on the board. SNEG going to be the first one to be able to pick up the Omega Power Boost. Same thing with Potate. Zico Perico, what are you going to end up going for? Is maybe looking for that Fern, but it got sniped away from them at the last possible moment. Now Fox Spirit gets the second to last pick. Going to end up picking up the Mamu to get the shield based on health. And now the final two, rather. Zedkiel as well as Sota. Going to grab themselves some empaths and call it a day. We were just running with Zedkiel. Let's see what Fury is up to. Up against Potato. Let's see how this one goes. Of course, Potato opting for the Rogues. Has 7 of them so far, as well as the Revenant. Boof on top. Boof. The Revenant buff on top of that. Coincide alongside the crits. However, 5 bulwarks. So now that reflective damage is starting to come into play here. Have to see how it goes, because this is how those tanks start to really start topping the DPS charts when they can just keep reflecting damage like that. Ramfy, though, is going to come out to play. Gets a finishing blow there onto Cartolo. Still the 4 rogues left to go, but there's still a couple of decent health bars, or rather just like Scarabok, rather, is the only thing with the health bar. But everything else is just going to get melted. Fury Hype going to be able to keep themselves in the game. Taking Potato down to 44. Fox Spirit, where are you at? Fox Spirit, Zedkiel. I feel like I've seen a lot of Zedkiel. This is a top 4 battle. Let's see what we've got this time. Oh boy, it's building. It's growing. Reptarus is here, and I only emphasize that because, of course, the Rip Lance was so huge for SNEG in the last game to be able to make the comeback. Getting it to the Reptarus already is definitely a good thing. 7 fighters as well, so they've got basically what they want compared to the 7 rogues on the other side. Diving on through, Ramfy in the background trying to mess with that Lynx. Is going to be successful at doing so as the Zerg Swarm comes flying on through. Nowhere to move, nowhere to go. You're getting hit one way or another. And that one is going to be Fury Hype. Keep themselves in the game. SNEG doesn't quite have the firepower just yet. Once again, if I were to take a look at that, the damage chart as well, there's something about the Verminios or Vermillionaires that always throw me off guard. This thing's supposed to be a tank, but yet it's still just topping damage charts with defensive items. I've been ignoring it so long in my ranked games. Trust me, after today, that is no longer going to be the case. Card standings as of this moment. Soda Hype leading the lobby pretty considerably here, sitting at 91 compared to Fox Spirit at 77. Zedkiel with 66, Fury with 55, Zico Perico 50, Squeak 44, SNEG 40, and then Potato with 31. Been a little bit since we rode with Zico Perico. Let's get some time in the sun, why don't we? As we do see, sure enough, their bunker composition has returned. They just leveled up to the Periox as well, so they've got their damage dealer. But do they really have the items to kind of support it? They do have a couple at least. Maybe not necessarily what they would want specifically, but it's decent enough. So the 5 bulwarks alongside the 4 empaths. Once again, time to crack a bunker. Let's see if the squad here from Potato has enough to get the job done. They do have their own sustain. Their Archos is here as well, alongside this level 60 Goliath. But all of the items really being dumped here onto this Jokul, level 60 Jokul as well. So this thing's going to be fierce if they can manage to stay safe, as we do see paired up with the Riptorus as well. But as of right now, 2 of the tank line have been taken down. The Joko has been focused down, though. It gets shredded extremely quickly. It was too far away from its support line. And Zico Perico is going to pick up where they left off and make this bunker comp work and take care of Potato, putting them onto Death's Door, which we will take a look at in just a moment's time. And sure enough, it's going to be Box Spirit to put the pressure on them here in this one. Oh, ain't that a beauty, as we do hop on over. Box Spirit getting to pick up the Kukaraf, fully loaded and fully evolved. I feel like this is the first time we've seen it all tournament, or at least for games that we've streamed. This thing, once it gets going, is pretty well a menace in its own right. It has its own stun built in for a little crowd control. It's pretty tanky on top of it. It's not necessarily a fighter, but damn well it behaves like one as it's going up against the Jokul. Bird versus the bear. It looks like the bird is going to barely win, but now the Riptor is from behind. It's going to be able to get the finishing blow, and this is actually looking pretty good here for Potate's hype. The shock is just raining down slowly but surely, but not enough to take it down, at least not as of yet. Tiru in the background, and the gyro. The gyro is actually going absolutely crazy here. Sonic speed indeed. They're somehow able to do it, and Potate, because it was so close, is not down, not yet. Every alluvial counted there. Had any more been on the board, I feel like Potate would be eliminated here in this tournament. But they have another breath of life here. And that very well might be the first time that I've seen a gyro clutch up like that. Beautifully done. Zadkiel versus Potate. Of course, Potate's still on Death's Door. Zadkiel fully loaded with 5 bulwarks, including this fully loaded Seer as a tank. A tough task to deal with. And no, based off the positioning itself, the Jokul can't move in this instance. It's not going to be able to do any damage until a bunch of its teammates end up falling. And that is a heartbreaking mistake to have to play. It could only start getting into the battle now. And not only is it going up against the Seer is super effective against it. It's going to build hyper. It's getting more damage done faster. And it is going to be shredded down slowly but surely here. I felt like this was a close battle, but unfortunately the Joko being trapped might seal, or might have been the move that sealed Potate's fate. Potate shall be eliminated in 8th place here in game number 3. In regards to overall tournament placings, I'm not quite sure. We'll get those results as they come on in here. But part of me wants to check up on SNEG. As they're down, I don't think they'll get eliminated unless they take a bad loss here. But they have the composition they want, and sure enough, they get to go up against Fury. And they have their Rip Lance. They have the tools they want. They have 8 fighters. They have all the attack damage and attack speed that they could possibly want. Just a matter of shredding on through this Ranger. Can this ramp fight do a bunch of damage? It will be enough to take care of the Rip Lance, but there's still so much more firepower on the side of SNEG. Revo gonna come on in and try and make do. The Penguin, though, it shredded everything. It was stuck in the corner, but it had a little bit of extra range to get the job done. SNEG down to 5 now. It wasn't a bad loss, so they're not out. But they have to basically play perfect Illuvium in order to have any chance at winning this tournament. Of course, they currently stand first in this tournament, but it's literally only by 1 point. Right now in 7th would not be enough to maybe even hold the podium, let alone first. Squeak's not safe either, though. 14 HP. At this point in the game, that's probably enough to take you out if you lose. They somehow managed to find the stage 3, the Blazon Knight here. Got it fully decked out with items as well, with augments. Although on top of that, that's a very, very beautiful bird, but if only you could heal your total health. We'll have to see who the first opponent is, because I swear if Squeak ends up having to play SNEG, that would be huge. Check up on our other top 4, or we'll check up on the entire lobby real fast as well. Soda, Fox Spirit, Fury, Zico, Ledkeel, Squeak, and SNEG. Oh, SNEG has to go up against Soda, who's leading the lobby, so this could make or break it here for our current tournament leader. Of course, SNEG completely loaded and dedicated to that fighter style, including finding a relentless floor links that is the tier 3 or the stage 3 variant of it. A classic case though, going up against a bunch of rogues. Watch out for the ramp fight. It's going directly into the center. And it's got itself in a pretty good position. It could probably hit 3 or 4 units if it gets to go up without issue. The Rip Lance is going to walk directly in to the ramp fight alt as well. They all evaporated, and that is absolutely worst case scenario here for SNEG, who's going to fall in 7th place. Was an absolute worst case scenario. The Rip Lance kind of lost its pathing, lost its way in the first couple of seconds, only to then retarget directly into the ramp fight. Definitely hate to see it, but that's not the only person now on death's door. Zedkiel went from leading, now sitting there with 3 health left, but we also have the possibility, and I'm going to end up focusing this one here, because Squeak versus Fury hype. Squeak was 2nd now in this tournament. If they end up getting eliminated, anybody's game at this point. The 5 bulwarks there for Squeak. Compared to the rogues, Tail is old as time at this point here. Roll on through, ramp fight fires up. It's going to take everybody pretty much down to half. But it is going to get eliminated pretty quickly. They're fighting back. They're doing exactly what they need to do. It's just a matter of dealing with the Slash-in, who's actually sustaining. They're alive, firing away on all cylinders, not being taken down because somebody stunned this thing and get on top of it. Or is that Curtains? It's firing through. The Crunk has the blinds, but it's way too late. And with that, that is the confirmation that we were looking for. Both Zedkiel and Squeak have been eliminated in game number 3. But Squeak is going to get eliminated in 5th compared to 6th. So, given the situation, still get a pretty decent amount of points. However, there are still 2 members of the top 4 currently in this lobby. And we're looking at one of them right now. Fox Spirit up against Sota. Very, very balanced composition here for Fox Spirit against the Rogues. Rogues diving on through. That Atlas is not going to be very long for this world at all. Ramp fight dives on through. Does not necessarily find the shots that he was necessarily looking for, but the Kugarath is going to end up falling in a second. No, never mind. It is just going to stay alive, and everything else is going to come in clutch. Fox Spirit lives another day. Sota going to take some damage, but still sitting pretty in this one. 59 HP for itself. Now, so we get to ride along with Sota again. going up against our other player in the top 4, Fury Hype. You may not want to take your eyes away from the screen. These are 2 rogue compositions going directly head-to-head with each other. You blink, it'll be over. As we see a completely loaded up Umbre alongside the ramp fight. Ramp fights on both sides. And we've seen what can happen if the slash-ins or slap-ins, the penguins, get left alone. Ramp fight's in pretty decent position. 1 on top of the penguin. It does end up going down. Greenside ramp fight's gonna go through. It just took out 2, but the other one does not find the value. It was strictly used on the Malura, which is the perfect opportunity now for the green one to fly on through. Sota might be able to do it. Can the Monarch secure? No, they cannot actually, as Fury Hype hangs on by a thread to get the job done. Fury Hype and Fox Spirit in the single digits. And if I cross-reference this, they went into this game 1 point apart. For Fury to have to take it, they would have to beat Fox Spirit and I think take 2nd place in the lobby. If Fox Spirit takes out Fury, though, I think they got it. Of course, completely unofficial. Do not hold my word to that. But based off of my quick math staring at the website, I believe that is the case. Sota Hype, Zico Perico, Fury, Fox Spirit, and they play each other right here, right now. This could be the decider of the entire tournament. In the green, Fury Hype, the 7 rogues. Guns blazing, meanwhile Fox Spirit, the balanced team. A little bit of Scion, a little bit of Empath. A little bit of dive, a little bit of magic damage, a little bit of everything. But the main thing is he's got a whole lot of air and shock. Furies, if they're gonna take this, they need to take this round extremely quickly. The longer it goes, it's gonna be the worst off for them. Looking for the ramp fight. Where is the ult? It's popping up, is knocking down, knocks 1 down, and takes a bunch of them down the half. But there are a lot of low health bars here for Fury. They've gone down. The Umbre has been targeted, gets disappeared for just a second. And it's not going to be enough to do so. Fury Hype has been eliminated. Which, in theory, should make Fox Spirit our winner. But I'm not going to confirm that immediately. Did we get the bug again? Oh dear. Okay, so we're going to have some moonwalk and alluvials for the rest of this, but heck, we're going to make do. Whew. I mean, I don't want to necessarily count out Zico Perico either. If Fox Spirit happens to go down here and Zico Perico wins, maybe that is an option that I did not notice earlier. Of course, unfortunate bug though, we do see the moonwalking alluvials. Those don't count towards anything in the battle. They won't be touched, they won't get in the way. It just looks kind of funny. But Sota Hype versus Fox Spirit. If Fox Spirit can hang on here with this balanced comp versus yet another rogue composition, puts himself in a fantastic spot to secure this win in this tournament. And a very, very good spot for this Ramp Fight ability to pop up and do a ton of damage. And unfortunately, the Rogue dives on in as well, and it's going to take a ton of damage right as it leaves. This is the best case scenario, I think, here. But now, so many of the members of Fox Spirit have been eliminated. The Ramp Fight is going to be clutching things up. Fox Spirit is going to fall just onto the podium in third place as they go to the draft deck one more time. So we're going to have ourselves, for the third game, we're going to guarantee ourselves a third winner, or third new winner. Sota, unfortunately, mathematically impossible for them to win this tournament. Zico might be mathematically impossible as well, but they can very well shoot themselves up the board. As it seems like it's... Are we just straight up stuck? Well then. Well, this is definitely an unfortunate point for this bug to have come into fruition here. Huh. Okay. So while we're stuck here, let me actually answer that question here from the chat. How many points do you get for the win itself? I don't have a breakdown, unfortunately. The only breakdown is going to be my monitor in a second because I can't actually get into the dang game, but it is what it is. We'll submit the bug later. We'll still ride along here in just a second to see who ends up taking this between Soda and Zico Perico. As the Ramphy, the Ace, and the Alfie moonwalk on stage. That is the confirmation that we were looking for, as Zico Perico is going to fall in second in this one. Sota, congratulations on your win here in game number 3. And we will see momentarily what does that mean for the point side of things. Let's take a look at the top 4 teams before we get kicked out here. So the Rogues, again, they've been a pattern all day where we've just been seeing Rogues do very, very well. And the 7 Rogues coming out here from Soda do exactly what they need to do. Zico's bunker composition, though, it's been good all day as well. Gonna find themselves a second place position. Fox Spirit, balanced team, tried to play around Shock and Air. Did pretty well, but could not quite get the job done. And Furies, once again with Rogues, to try and get themselves a 4th place spot. So unfortunate there that we did get kind of cucked out of the first, or like the 1st and 2nd place finish. But let's see right here, right now, once the points are enabled, who our winner is in this tournament. Although I am very thankful that that is the only like major bug that we've gotten through the entire tournament. The timing couldn't have been worse, but it's a-okay. The points were based off of finishing position. I wish I had a specific breakdown, but I cannot get it at this very, very moment. All right, and this will confirm what I think we all kind of already knew. But your champion here for the Illuvium Arena No Limits tournament. First time we're seeing Leviathan in action. It's won by Fox Spirit from Atlas. Followed up in 2nd place, Fury Zera from Team Hype. Squeak in 3rd place for Team Monarch. Followed up by SNEG from Team Atlas. Zico Perico in 5th. Sota in 6th. Tequil in 7th. And then Patate in 8th. Fantastic job to everybody for making the finals in the first place. Big congratulations to Fox Spirit. That 94 ILV token, that is all yours. But everybody who is even in the top 16 found themselves an awesome piece of the prizing here today. Big thank yous, of course, to Illuvium, to the staff members that all chipped in to make this possible, that ran the dang thing. Fox Atlas won, yes. Damn it, dear. But yes, Fox Spirit, the Discord called it. And I will say the overall positivity that I'm seeing around the game right here, right now, since the announcement of the Leviathan tournament has been absolutely outstanding. People being able to actually use the alluvials that they specifically went out and caught or picked up for themselves at the store. There's an overall more positive sentiment across the entire community, it sounds like. And the fact that this is still technically just the beginning makes me extremely happy and extremely excited. Of course, personally, I'm going to be doing a lot more Illuvium as well. I might have been following the game since the land sale a couple of years ago, but I didn't really start heavy really getting into it until last year. And personally, I feel like there is a good time, there's no better time right now to join than right here, right now. Not sponsored, just genuinely how I'm feeling. I'm definitely looking forward to more. Watching this stuff makes me want to compete, I'm going to tell you that, but I am pretty terrible on the battlefield, I'm not going to lie. But of course, I stream every Tuesday and Friday, whether it's casting community tournaments or competing myself. There'll be plenty more Illuvium with me here Tuesday Fridays, 8:30 Eastern. And if any more of these opportunities, any more of these tournaments come up, by all means, I'll have my eye on it. If I have the opportunity to cast it, damn well I will. Regardless of the viewership numbers, regardless of what have you. I just enjoyed myself today. And I thank the community, I thank Illuvium for making this possible. And again, I got to give the shout out as well to the tournament organizers, because this thing ran smooth, extremely smooth, to the point where right now, as the kids are coming home, the tournament's already finished. So cheers, y'all don't have to listen to me cast with kids screaming in the background. But of course, I'm going to get this VOD chopped up and uploaded. I'm going to have it on YouTube. The VODs will still be on Twitch, Kick, YouTube, what have you. So if you want to re-watch this, and of course also the Illuvium themselves, by all means, if you want to use any of the stream for your own stuff, you absolutely have my permission to do so. And of course, thank you for allowing me and giving me the permission to promote myself through the tournament as well. But with that, it's time to wrap things up. Thank you all. This has been an absolute blast. I'll catch you next time, either in ranked mode on Illuvium or next Tuesday or the next stream. Catch you next time.